Good morning. Shubh Prabhat. Kalai Vanakkam, everyone. Welcome to IvyCap Day 2. Hope you all had a fantastic Friday evening and thank you once again for joining us on a Saturday morning. We promise to make your day extremely value-creative and fun-filled too. So stay with us for some exciting panel discussions, fireside chat, candid conversations, and some entertainment. Before we begin our first session, just wanted to apprise everyone about our networking lounge and portfolio zones, where you could get a glimpse of our portfolio companies. Certain discount coupons are also available at our portfolio booths like BBK, Devakoof, Glovia, and Ipswitrons. So don't miss it. And also, as we continue with our sessions, in case you have any questions, please feel free to ask our panelists using the Ask Questions toggle that would appear on the lower left-hand corner of your screens, and we will do our best to address your questions. Also, please feel free to tweet us at @IvyCap Ventures. So time to begin our first session for today. Prominent universities globally rely heavily on endowments to support their many academic missions. The IIT Delhi Endowment Fund was a pioneer in initiating the endowment ecosystem in India. It became the passion for our alumnus to create value and generate returns that could go back to their alma maters for further fueling innovation and entrepreneurship right on the university campuses. Our next session therefore discusses on the importance of giving back and how this model has been working brilliantly across the globe in supporting education for all and fueling entrepreneurial passions. Ms. Anju Gupta, founder and managing partner IvyCap, is a moderator for the panel. So Anju, over to you.
Thank you so much and welcome every day today morning. I'm very honored to be part of a very distinguished panel, all of them pioneers in the entrepreneurship effort in their own right, all of them leaders in our educational institutions across the country. Let me first introduce them. Professor Ram Gopal Rao, Director, IIT Delhi. Professor Mahesh Panchagnala, Dean of Alumni and International Relations, IIT Madras. Professor Rishikesha Krishnan, Director and Professor of Strategy, IIM Bangalore, and Professor Ashok Mishra, President, IIT Alumni Center. Welcome everybody and thank you for being with us. You know, yesterday we heard from our portfolio companies, founders who are already well along their entrepreneurship journey. We also heard from industry leaders talk about their perspective on how the alumni network has supported and created a multiplier effect for our entrepreneurs moving forward. Today morning, we are going to take a step back to our grassroots, our institutes, where our entrepreneurship efforts began. Our institutes and our leaders, such as our panelists, have made tremendous efforts along the years, be it through mentoring, incubators, accelerators, innovation parks, and now through our endowment funds. And today, I'm excited to hear from them about what we can expect in the next decade, how we see our institutes and their partnerships with the alumni taking us to the next level and creating a multiplying effect for our grassroots entrepreneurs. So, Professor Rao, let me start with you, talking about the IIT Endowment Fund. From your perspective, how do you anticipate this endowment fund helping to create a multiplier effect for our entrepreneurs moving forward? And what are some of the challenges you anticipate in this? Professor Rao?
Thank you. Very happy to be here with all of you. In fact, when we launched this endowment fund, a kind of a very formal, $1 billion kind of an initiative. So many people asked, how did you get this figure billion? And where did it come from? A lot of background work has gone into that. Vikram Gupta, in fact, from IvyCap, is one of the starters, initiators of this entire thing. And so a lot of homework has gone, many studies, and we looked at the potential of how many alumni can give back, what amounts over what period. So I think that has resulted in that kind of a figure. But even if you just do a back of envelope calculation, a place like IIT Delhi has about 50,000 alumni, right? And the cost of education, if you treat it in IITs as, let us say, $50,000, and for that matter, I should tell you there are about 17 unicorn founders from IIT Delhi alumni alone. So just imagine if each one of them pays back the dues that they owe to the education, the not even a donation, not even a philanthropy, nothing. they just pay back the cost of education that they received from these institutions. 50,000 alumni, $50,000 is $2.5 billion. And for those who cannot pay $50,000, there are, Sachin Bansals, Binny Bansals, and all of them to cover for them. I think, so therefore, these are simple calculations, and there is absolutely no reason why in India we cannot raise these billion-dollar endowments, at least for the top IITs. I'm not talking of other places and all of that, because the way our alumni have functioned, performed, I think it's well within reach. And but that giving back culture needs to be established. It's very important for multiple reasons. So for example, our primary problem right now in IITs, IIMs fortunately have come out of it, but IITs are still stuck in this ancient, financial model of running institutions, where our 93% of our funds come from just one source, that is government. Now you can say, but we do a lot of research, almost 400 to 500 crores of research, but that research goes towards establishing facilities, hiring project staff. The overheads that come to the institution out of the research we do is pretty minimal. Right now we did a survey at IIT Delhi. In the last, I would say 3 years, we did research, to the tune of about 1,600 crores, about 1,400 crores or so. The average overhead we received was 4%. In fact, the more research we do, the more money we have to spend from the institute to manage that research. Therefore, the research doesn't pay towards the cost of anything that we do on the campus. That is one of the primary factors. You do and give a project to a place like Stanford, the institute takes away anywhere from 50% to 60% of money as the overhead. Whereas in India, you can do research at 10% overhead, and people, start negotiating on the 10% kind of overhead. So that needs to change. And again, the tuition fee, the education is almost free. Our revenue from tuition today at IIT Delhi is just 7%. 93% of educational costs in an IIT are totally subsidized by one source, that is Government of India.
Yeah.
That again is not guaranteed. Next year, what funding am I going to get? I have no idea. Even in January, we don't know what is the money that will be given in the month of March or April, when the financial year starts. I think with those sort of uncertainties, you can never run an institution. Now, I need to know tomorrow, I need to know next year, what is the budget going to look like for IIT Delhi, so that I can plan ahead activities, I can build some centers of excellence, I can hope to invest in some of these major initiatives. I can initiate major infrastructure projects. Nothing like that currently happens. So therefore, I think endowment funds is the only way for IITs to, have some autonomy, some semblance of autonomy at some stage in these for these institutions, and that's the only way we can go to the next level. With endowment funds also comes the alumni participation. If you look at the top 20 institutions in the US, 19 out of these 20 institutions will have on their board of trustees anywhere from 50% to 100% alumni. For example, you go to Harvard, every trustee on the board is actually an alumnus. You go to MIT, 78% of trustees are alumni. So people, when they give money, they also want to, see where that money is going. They also want to see how these institutes perform and rate them, rank them, work with them, help them. All of that happens with the money giving. So therefore, when we say endowment funds, we're not looking at an alumnus who gives money and forgets about it. We also want alumni to engage with these institutions, because some of the best and the finest are all, among these alumni. And if they get into the governance of these institutions, and if they get to say, what these institutions need to be, what are the priorities, they work along with the faculty and students, I think a lot of great things can happen. So we are hoping that that is the future for these institutions. And I am hoping that, we will diversify our funding models, that 1/4 model, 1/4 of money comes from endowments, 1/4 comes from overheads from research projects, 1/4 comes from the tuition fee, and 1/4 will still come from the Government of India. And but that, assuming that our budget will become, at least 2,000 crores. Today, our budget is about, to run IIT Delhi, you need a minimum of 650 crores. Nothing less than that. We cannot even pay salaries anymore. But I'm hoping that we reach a stage of at least 2,000 crores of budget for these institutions, and 500 crores is what comes from each of these 4 sources. And that is how, that with that diversified financial model, we will be able to take up initiatives, we will be able to look into the future, plan ahead. I think all of that will happen.
Thank you so much. Very, very interesting observation. And let me just continue on that theme of endowments, Professor Mahesh, since you're so linked to the endowments also at IIT Madras. Our first reaction, and even we said that in our intro, you look at a Stanford and a Harvard and people say, oh, they have billion-dollar endowments. How do you think we in our Indian ecosystem should think differently of an endowment than what, simply looking and seeing what a Stanford or a Harvard has done? What, if anything, should we be doing differently with our endowment? Sir, you're on mute, I think.
Thank you, Anju, for having me. I think the point that Professor Rao made is very important. I've always made this argument that there are absolutely no institutions in the world that have been built by a government, and IITs as an institution have single-handedly been built by the government. Nothing in the world comes any of this repute has ever been done, and I think it's about time we took matters into our hands and we kind of decided to support these institutions as a collective group. I want to first talk to all of the audience out there that are watching this. Now, every one of you watching is an alumnus of your alma mater. I'll give you a very simple reason why you should give back. There are two ways of getting into a very good institution, very good educational institution. One, you work your ass off, you work very hard, and you get into a good place. Alternately, you get into a place, then you work hard and give back and make it a good place. I think that's where the US model is fundamentally different. They get into whichever university is closest in most cases, but afterwards, downstream, they give back and then pad up their own degrees value, so to say, as they go along. I think this is a basic, very self-driven model that we all have to adopt. The point about endowment that I want to make here is, I think Indian university systems are still, young, hungry, thirsty teenagers. We are very young. So if an alumnus walked up to me and said, look, I really owe my success to IIT. I have 10 crores to give you. Now, I can put it in a bank account and take 5% of 10 crores every year, like a 50 lakh for use every year. Or I will say, I'll partition it. I'll take 5 crores out and spend it upfront to create an institution, a center of excellence, or do something upfront with it, and invest a part of the money in the endowment. I believe at the moment, we should be looking at something a little more of the hybrid kind, because we want to build more centers of excellence. We want to build more capacity. And these cannot be purely enabled from government funding alone. So as we move along, I'm sure we're going to apportion more of these funds to an endowment and less of it to what I call project style funding. But in my mind, given the very young nature of our institution, the median age at IIT Madras is 38 of the faculty. I'm sure this is true of all the IITs. We are hiring at 30 to 40 at least every year, and we need to have a way by which we can kind of satisfy their appetite for building an institution around their ideas and thinking. So in my mind, at the moment, a hybrid model is the best. I go back to my teenager analogy. Some of you may have teenage kids. You give them a bit of pocket money and ask them to invest in an endowment and watch their reaction. I think that's roughly what I find.
Thank you so much, Professor Mish. Professor Rishikesh, let me just switch this around a little bit. So, people keep talking, there's this new term people are talking about, democratization of innovation, have more people involved in it, share out its results more. From your perspective, how can, alumni and institutes partner to kind of do more of this? What's stopping us today?
I think there's lots of things alumni can do to help. One is, now a good thing is, in many of our institutes, we have faculty themselves who have good ideas, but they are not necessarily entrepreneurs. So they would help them to work with alums to take those ideas forward. I think Professor Junjunwala and IIT Madras provided an excellent example of that some years ago. We also have the opportunity for alums to invest in startups either created by the faculty or by our other students and other alumni. And many institutes have now provided vehicles for that to happen. almost inevitably, startups need beta sites. They need a lot of industry advice. And we all have excellent alumni networks who can provide that. Most of our incubators already have alumni playing the important role of mentors and helping startups who are in the incubator. So if you just look at, like, there's just so many ways in which alumni and everyone can get involved in making innovation more widespread. I think it would also help if alumni identify problems to work on. Sometimes faculty don't know what are the best industry problems to work on. They know what are the best research problems to work on, but sometimes they don't know what are the industry challenges. And that's another aspect that alumni can easily fill in. So I mean, whatever way you look at it, I think there's just plenty of ways in which alums can get involved in the innovation ecosystem in the different institutes that we have.
Thank you so much, Professor Rishikesha. Now, switching a little bit, turning this around, Professor Mishra. I mean, you've raised an interesting idea in a couple of discussions where you talk about students, entrepreneurs giving back to kind of our corporates, industries, and helping some of our traditional industries kind of bring innovation into their fold. What do you see as the next phase of this relationship, this corporate startup institute kind of relationship? What do you see as the next stage, kind of, taking this to the next level?
Thank you, Anju. Let me begin a little bit looking at the bigger picture. So we are currently in a globalized economy state. And therefore, open innovation occupies a very significant place. Wherever it happens, it doesn't matter. Institutions of higher learning, like the IITs, NITs, and IIMs, and several others, is where knowledge is created. Any country which will have a superior higher education system will have the edge. And this is where innovation and new inventions, if I may use the word, a slight difference between the two, will attract global talent where both students and faculty can actually flourish. That's the model Stanford and MITs have done. I won't talk about endowment because that's already talked about. So therefore, we have to give a greater stress on creativity and innovation in the education system to begin with, so that we become a global economy which can contribute to the world. And since you introduced me as the president of IIT Alumni Center, I'd like to mention that we alumni, mainly sitting in Bangalore, Bengaluru as we call it, have formed the IIT Alumni Center Bengaluru. We are the only alumni network which is recognized by the Ministry of Education, and we have to give reports to the IIT Council every time that they have a meeting and they ask for it. We are making our own building. Our aim is to enhance interaction with the industry. There has been, of course, some interaction between the IITs and the industry. We want to take it to the really next level. Our audacious goal is to have projects worth 5,000 crores. 5,000 crores, which is a huge number amongst the IITs. So this is almost going 10x of what the industry funding through projects and so on come to the IITs today. And 10x in 5 years is possible. There is a communication between the two which has to be built. And one of the things that I have recognized in our experience here is that, that the industry is looking for new ideas. They are not getting the high-end talent to join the leading, especially manufacturing industries like L&T, Bharat Forge, Tata Motors. They are not getting the high-end students to join them, whatever is the ecosystem of the country. However, these very bright youngsters can contribute to these industries by having startups which will provide new knowledge, new innovation to these countries. And many of the industrialists have mentioned that we don't worry about if we are not hiring and not able to hire IIT graduates, but if they come up with new ideas which will supplement what we are doing or synergize with what we are doing, this is what we want. And IIT Alumni Center will work toward this goal. With this in mind, we have also set up in our building provided space, which should be ready within a year. It got all delayed because of pandemic, lockdowns, and so on. At least 100 incubators would be there. And we'll see how to get those incubators. We'll have a selection process and the like. And we'll try to get the industry involved in the selection of these startups so that they give back to the society, to the industry through this mode.
Okay. So
for all this, research and innovation leading to entrepreneurship and technology incubation take central place. Okay. The institutions have to inculcate the culture of creativity and innovation. That's a given. And I've said many times, our bright students, it doesn't matter if they do X number of courses in the curriculum. If 3 or 4 courses can be dropped and they be given opportunity to come up with an innovative research idea and given credit for it, then I think it will be a benefit for the institution, the entrepreneurs, and the industry. Industry should have an ambience where venture capitalists like IvyCap, angel investors should flock there. They should be sitting there, have somebody even posted at an institution to see what new ideas can come. Because, you know, on the one hand, the startups are looking for funds. On the other hand, the venture capitalists should be looking for great ideas.
Absolutely.
So that synergy has to be developed.
Great.
And industry's role should be to fund, and I'd say a little strongly, as things develop, fundamental and applied research. And there's a little short-sightedness there. They want to get something which will be implemented tomorrow. No, they have to have a fundamental knowledge to be developed in the country. So in one of the recent talks that I heard, very interesting, if you've seen the movie, The Man Who Knew Infinity about Ramanujan, he's having this talk with Thomas Hardy about number theory, game theory, and all that business. At that time, it seemed, you know, industry will say, oh, what good is it? Will it make money? And today, my goodness, that's the basis for a lot of things. So that fundamental knowledge has to be developed. So therefore, institutions must also stress on sciences as well as social sciences, because that will lead to technology. Not just, you can't just say I'll do technology development. Some
absolutely.
Sciences have to come in. And,
thank you so much.
That's what I would like to.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Mishra. Let me just kind of quickly switch it around and do a little bit of a rapid fire, you know, just 60-second answer. Professor Rishikesh, I'll start from you. If you're given a free rein, blue sky, what is the one thing you would want to happen, you know, from an institute perspective to multiply how fast and how successfully we're innovating and, you know, driving entrepreneurship? 60 seconds. One thing.
I think the one thing would be to maybe building on Professor Mishra's idea. I would love it if we could allow students to do entrepreneurial projects or ventures in lieu of coursework. There's infinite coursework you can do, but I think smart students are quite good at picking up things once they've got the basics in place. So what I would love to do is, you know, for example, in the final year, if you have students with really good ideas, I would love to let them, you know, just do their startup in lieu of, say, 60% of the courses, and that would really help them take off.
Very interesting. Professor Mahesh?
We have world-class faculty. I'm quite convinced of that. And we have obviously the world-class group of world-class students here. What we are not at world-class is the next level technical support to run large research centers. I cannot hire somebody paying, 25, 30 lakhs, which may be the market salary for a very good machine learning data science person, or a communication specialist, or in my field, I cannot hire an aircraft engineering specialist to run my gas turbine lab. So that layer is, I think, what I would invest in to make sure that we are able to do well. Now back to alumni, just take 10 seconds.
Sure.
My predecessor here used to say, there are 3 ways of exploiting the alumni ecosystem. You can take their time, talent, or treasure. We've asked for their treasure because it's the easiest to count and account. we all need to learn how to account for their time, ask for their time and talent. Talent is, I think, where if we can crack the talent problem with alumni, we will really be world class.
Okay, thank you. Professor Rao?
Yeah, I would know. I think if one thing, if we need to change, I think you should all see. Sometime I think some of you might have experienced it. The placement session, the first day of placements. It's like a mela. In a big hall, you see.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I want that to be replaced with a kind of a startup mela. Let us say every year there is a kind of a similar thing where all these alumni we have made big in their domains come and sit in different rooms. Our faculty, students, PhDs, everybody goes and pitches their idea to them, and then they fund these ideas. And then out of that process will come startups. I think we need to move away from this job seeker kind of a mentality to a job provider kind of a mentality when it comes to students. Students need to create jobs.
Me. Sorry to interrupt, but I'll have to leave.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Professor Rishikesh. Please continue, Professor Rao.
So I think that sort of a thing is what we need to create now. I think that is again where alumni can help, and like Shark Tank kind of a thing, a much larger scale, and with many alumni and faculty, staff, students, everybody presenting their ideas. So that's one change I would like to see soon.
Interesting. Professor Mishra, 60 seconds.
I'll take even less than that. It's the people who are at the heart of the knowledge economy that I started with, saying we have to invest in people. We must invest in this world-class faculty and students that Professor Mahesh talked about, and let them fly. In India, we invest in world-class cricketers, world-class this, world-class actors and whatnot. Why not do we invest on world-class faculty and students who are the basis of the economy in the country? That's all. Invest in people.
Thank you. So it's interesting, even from the IvyCap team, there's 4 of us founders that are IITian alumni. From our board, we have, more than 90%, 10 plus alumni there. In our audience, we have a lot of alumni. Again, 60 seconds if I could get from you three. Today, like if we were to go back from this conference, what can I as an alumni do today to support innovation? I'll start with you, Professor Rao. What would you want from your alumni today, practically? What can I do?
There are many things you can do. For example, some examples of what happened at IIT Delhi in the last few years, which has made a huge difference, is alumni have started creating centers of excellence in areas where they are passionate about. For example, we have Arun Dugal, who he lives in Delhi, and he is vexed with the Delhi air pollution problem. He said, can we all solve it together? And he brought in people, he created a center of excellence, and he put in his own money. And now he's working very closely with us to solve this problem. A lot of things are happening there. And similarly, RD, another alumnus, he said, I want to see more smart buildings on the campus and in Delhi and in the country. And he created a big center of excellence here for smart buildings, which are, the futuristic kind of things. And similarly, Suman Sinha, who believes in renewable technologies, created a Suman Sinha renewable, center of excellence. And again, that's making, huge difference. I think that passion plus funds and the problem, I think all of these coming together, that's where alumni can contribute.
Professor Mishra?
Yeah, since you're asking about the alumni must invest in R&D, because that is the base for any innovation, creativity, new ideas, inventions, innovations, all those things combined will happen. Innovations doesn't come from the heaven. It has to come from good research and development. So invest in that is the thing. They should, in my opinion, at the institutes, they should not invest in startups at the institute, but at the base of the startups. And after that, of course, they can get funding from angel funding can be provided at the institutes. And as I said again, invest in the growth of research, growth of innovation, and invest in people.
Okay, thank you. I think that's an important point. Last comment from you, Professor Mahesh.
Yeah, IIT Madras has been fortunate to have built a very robust alumni ecosystem for the last at least 6-7 years. We've been in this business, and what I have found is every time I talk to alumni, especially the ones that want to turn donors, they want to be engaged. And they want to be engaged with their image of what they were when they were a student. So that's actually the easiest engagement to make. To say, look, this was exactly, you put them in front of a student, their first thoughts are, this is what I was when I was a student.
Yeah.
And this is what I am today. And I want this person to also be like me or better than me.
Absolutely.
So that connect directly between alumni and students should be enabled by faculty members in many ways. Okay. Research. We have a young research fellow program, which was funded by the class of 79 to basically get students back into research as a career. The number of students going to PhD has now dwindled quite a bit. And we want to revive that back again. We want startups. Obviously, that's the world we live in today is driven by job creators. So in every way, letting alumni connect directly with the institute and to the students. The more we enable this connect, everything else will kind of follow nicely from that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Anju, can I come in just for 30 seconds? So,
sure.
Just very quickly, just to give you some actual examples, Kanwal Rekhi funded the Center for Information Technology. Now that has become one of the best centers for IT, especially in the database system.
Okay.
A lot of our alumni who were in applied materials indirectly helped to set up centers for nanotechnology at IIT Bombay, which is now, I would call, world-class.
Okay.
So alumni can help directly or indirectly through the company that they work. That's all.
Thank you so much, everybody. It's unfortunate we're out of time. This has been a great discussion. Thank you, Professor Rao, Professor Mishra, Professor Mahesh for taking the time and sharing. And let's, lots of expectations from our alumni and institutes in the next coming years. Thank you, everybody, so much. Thank you. Goodbye. Over to you, Madhuri.
Bye.
Thank you, panelists, for an engaging discussion. We should surely support the concept of world-class faculty and world-class students. We now welcome you to our next session, a candid conversation with someone known as the pioneer and messiah of the Indian startup ecosystem, someone who has built a reputation of being a contributor in Indian startup ecosystem, paving the way for futuristic innovations. He's the founder of InfoEdge India Limited, the company that owns some amazing companies like Naukri.com, 99acres.com, Jeevansathi.com, Shiksha.com, and has also invested in promising internet startups such as Zomato, Policy Bazaar, and Shop Kirana, among others. Please welcome Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani, a name each one of us would reckon with today. Without taking any more time, I would hand over the stage to Mr. Vishal Gauri, co-founder IvyCap, who would be the moderator for this session. Vishal, over to you.
Thank you so much. Let me welcome Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani to this conversation.
Thanks for calling me.
Great to have you here. I have to ask you this question, Sanjeev, to start the conversation. How does it feel to be responsible for the employment choices of a majority of the audience today?
Well, look, I don't think I sort of fully comprehend that I have that responsibility, or we as a company have that responsibility. But look, we started off doing something very small. It was a garage kind of cottage sector kind of operation back in '97. It was running out of the second floor of my father's house in Delhi. There were 9 of us, and there were just 2-3 of us who were sort of in executive positions. The rest were data entry guys, we began by taking jobs from newspapers around the country and just putting them on the net free of cost. And so, look, they're small beginnings, but I think very many big companies started off very small with a small idea. So we had a small idea. We didn't have a big idea. And it sort of evolved over the years and became bigger and bigger. And we were in the right place at the right time. The internet grew. We grew along with it. And that's how, we made it forward step by step. So I don't think I had a grand plan, but yeah, we ended up here.
Yeah, very modest, Sanjeev. But I do need to ask you about your beginnings. When did you first know that you wanted to be an entrepreneur? I know you're not from a business family. Your father was not, or your parents were not in entrepreneurial endeavors. When did you realize you wanted to be an entrepreneur?
So from my school days, actually. All kids daydream. Many adults daydream too. I daydream still, right? I was a daydreamer. So when I was 10 years old, I saw a Rajesh Khanna film in cinema hall independently for the first time with my friends, without my parents being there.
Do you remember which one?
Hathi Mere Sathi.
Yes, of course.
There was a cinema hall in Delhi called Chanakya, had just been newly built. It no longer exists, but it's now a mall. We used to live in the neighborhood, so we went. I saw Hathi Mere Sathi, and I came back completely starstruck and enamored. And I said I will grow up and be Rajesh Khanna. Right? Of course, these are all silly pipe dreams, unrealistic. After a few months, maybe a year, I saw Sunil Gavaskar playing on a test match. I saw it on TV, and I said, I will be Sunil Gavaskar. But somehow, when I was 12 or 13 years old, maybe 2 years after that, it got into my head that maybe at some point in time, I want to start a company. In those days, we didn't use the word entrepreneur. We said, my business karunga. I will do a business. Somewhere, I think there are kids who will do what their parents do, and there are kids who simply won't. So my father was a doctor and in the government. And so I was clear I would not be a doctor and I would not join the government. So by a process of elimination, I came down to, private sector, then what? Then, I need to be independent. So for me, it was independence, ability to create. And so I'll do my own thing. And this sort of came along as a fuzzy goal when I was 12 or 13 years old. It was fuzzy goal. It was a fuzzy goal. But it stayed with me. It kept coming back. By the time I was in class 11 or 12, I was clear that at some point in time in life, I should be an entrepreneur. Of course, as a distant goal, it's always good. But when it actually came to putting in a resignation and saying I'm quitting and walking away from a monthly salary check, for a middle class boy who is from a family of government servants, it was a difficult thing to do. And I took about 6 to 9 months of agonizing before I did that. So for me, walking away from a monthly salary check was very, very traumatic. And I think for the next 2 years, I was paralyzed with fear, while I was doing the startup. But after 2 years, I sort of overcame that fear and began to enjoy the independence.
Understood. Great. And I'm sure you've answered this question before, Sanjeev. So, but why Naukri? How did the idea of Naukri come about? What made you sort of believe that was the path forward for your new venture? Was it always Naukri? Did you come upon it, after you had started? Help us understand sort of how that came about.
So I quit my job in 1990. I was, prior to that, I'd worked 5 years, 3 years in advertising, 1 year in consumer marketing. I'm not a techie, right? These were like marketing jobs, and I'm not a qualified engineer. I'd never programmed in my life. I mean, I had done some minor programming in IMA, but that is more just to get a passing grade. It wasn't because I was good at it or loved it, right? I quit my job in 1990, and for 7 years, we drifted and did a whole bunch of small things. After that, we launched Naukri. So Naukri was one more small idea in a long stream of small ideas. So I didn't have any big ideas, right? I just didn't want to be a professional manager in a large multinational corporation and work my way up the hierarchy. That somehow didn't enthuse me. The prospect of that future didn't enthuse me. And I just sort of gave up that life and I said, I will prefer to do this life and let's see what happens. So some spirit of adventure, some let's see what happens. I've got an IMA qualification in my back pocket, so I can always, that's my insurance policy, right? Let's see what happens. So now the idea of Naukri, so I was in my last job at a company that's now called GlaxoSmithKline, then was called H&M. I was the marketing guy on the brand Horlicks, right? And, we used to sit in an open hall and I observed that every time the office copy of Business India would come in, everybody would read it from the back. Because in those days, there were 35 to 40 pages of appointment ads at the back. Now, we were in an open hall, so I could see everybody, right? And I found it very strange behavior. I thought people, picked up magazines to read the editorial, the articles. And here they're just looking at the appointment ads and passing it on. They're not really interested in the articles. And then now they're discussing, the job ads among each other. And these guys are actually working for a good company, getting paid well. They're not going to apply. They're just discussing, right? And that's when I realized that, look, jobs are a high interest category of information. Even if you're not looking for a job, you will look at a job.
Right. Right.
And when I saw the internet for the first time 7 years later, at an IT sort of expo in Delhi, I said, why not take jobs from newspapers around the country and put them up here and see what happens? Because I was pretty confident that we'd get traffic without trying, because people are interested in jobs. So just aggregate all the jobs in one place from all over the country and keep them live for a month and see what happens. So we started with that experiment. 2 data entry guys getting in 29 newspapers across the country, data structure, rehash in your own words, and put in data structure and upload them on the site. And we did that, and traffic began to come. And the moment traffic came, we could go to company and say, if you haven't advertised, if you have advertised in the newspaper, we take it free. If you haven't, give it to us for payment. And that's how some small revenue began to come.
Right.
It was essentially a small cottage sector idea.
Yeah.
There were 14,000 internet accounts in the country then. There was no .com valuations. There was no venture capital. There was nothing. It was, there was no big vision. It was, there was a sales target. That look, if in 3 years' time I can get 1,000 companies to pay 500 rupees a month to put up one job, that's 5 lakhs a month. That's 60 lakhs a year. That is 5 times what the company is doing today in a few other products. So if you can do that in 3 years, it's fantastic. And that was the extent of our ambition.
Great. Yeah, I mean, obviously you were early in the whole ecosystem. There weren't, like you said, there weren't that many internet startups in those days, .com startups, venture capitalists. So bootstrapping challenges, right? You must have faced challenges as you bootstrap the company. You're also an early mover technically, so there must be technical challenges in just the infrastructure being available for consumers for your own company. So, I'd like to hear a little bit about sort of that. Being early movers can be good and bad, and and also being bootstrapped and being an early mover. How do you what was your sort of experience in that?
Well, look, I think the principal problem was lack of capital. What lack of capital meant was that you got to be really frugal. I wasn't taking a salary. I had got other 2 co-founders. I had taken all the financial risks. I had launched a company 7 years ago. I got in 2 people to help with this project. I gave them equity and not salary. I gave them a percentage of revenue every month and not a fixed salary. So you try and minimize your committed fixed outgoes, and you bootstrap, and then you hope for the best. Okay. So if your costs are low, then you probably survive even if revenue is low. So your costs are in your control, your revenue is never in your control. Revenue is, you hope for the best, right? You try hard and hope for the best, that's revenue, right? But costs, what you're committing to. So I was clear that, look, costs have to be low. Then even if revenues aren't what they could be, you will still survive. So the initial target was survival. So survival was success. If you survived to meet payroll at the end of the month, you were good. And I remember we used to try and pay salaries on the 28th or 29th or the 30th every month. And there were days when on the 28th, I did not know where the paycheck was coming from. Right? But somehow it always happened. Next couple of days, enough money came in and you were able to make payroll.
I've been an entrepreneur as well, and a bootstrap as well, so I kind of sympathize with the experience. Was there a moment for you when sort of proverbial penny dropped, when you sort of felt that, look, I've hit something, or my idea is really valuable, or that the winds are behind me, or I have the right team? Was there a moment like that for you?
Yes, I would say moment. I would say there was perhaps a period or a phase where our thinking evolved. So we launched Naukri in April '97, right? And we were doing other stuff also alongside, because it was one of our 4 or 5 or 6 things that we were doing. Teaching, training, writing, some market research, some salary survey, right? And this became a 5th thing. Let's put 2 guys on to see what happens, right? And for the first 6 months, there was, there was no revenue on Naukri. It was just ads from newspapers. But what was happening was that when people came to the site, they applied for those jobs. In those days, most people didn't have email. Most HR managers did not have email. So the appointment ads did not have email IDs. So you were sending hard copies by fax or by courier of your application, and you wrote a covering letter. So when people began to apply, they would say, I saw your job on Naukri, right? And so the HR community began to hear about us without us reaching out to them. because in the covering letters of the applicants, enough of them said Naukri.
Yeah.
So they got to know about us. About 6 months later, we got a call from a guy who said, I'm a small auto component manufacturer in Pune, medium size, whatever. I forget the guy's name and I forget his company's name. He was our first paid client. And I forget his name. He's a travesty. But, I've got 6 jobs which are not advertised. You have taken my jobs from newspapers in the past, but I've got 6 I've not advertised. If I send them to you, will you put them up? And, look, it was, in those days, there was an 8-year waiting list for a telephone. So there was only one phone in the office, and it was my desk. So I used to pick all the phones, right? And the office anyway was only 2,000 square feet, so it was not a big office, right? And so I had picked up the phone, and this was about 6 p.m., right? And I sort of blurted out, yes, sir, but you'll have to pay. I said, how much? Now, I not thought it through. Somehow, I blurted out 350 rupees per job, right? And without thinking. And that became the price for the Naukri single job listing for the next 10 years.
Wow.
Okay, so much for pricing strategy and all your MBA education, all that, right? Okay, anyway, so this guy sent the check. And that's when I realized, hey, maybe we're onto something. Let me just try it. And we took out all the jobs we put up in the last 6 months and pulled out the names of the companies, the designation of the advertiser, the address, pin code, city, all that. And we sent them all a letter. 3,000 names. We sent them all a letter saying, look, this is the internet, this is Naukri, this is the format, send us your jobs, this is the price.
Right.
And so money began to come in by direct mail.
Yeah.
People would send the jobs along with the check.
Correct.
Right. And that sort of kind of chugged along. And in the first, so we launched in April 97. So September 97 to March 98, we did 2.5 lakhs. The next year we did 18 lakhs. Right. Now, I had never seen anything jump. Now, these are small numbers today, but for us, it was a big number.
Correct.
Right? I had never seen anything jump 7x in 1 year, even of a small base.
Correct.
Right. And that's when I said, we may be onto something big. So around the middle of 98, I said, let's just stop doing everything else and focus all resources on this. We are now an internet company.
Got it.
And it wasn't a 1 day thing. It was a 3-week thing, 1 month thing. But around that period, I said, I suspect we have stumbled upon a big idea.
Yeah.
By accident.
Got it. So
many experiments, one worked out.
Yeah. So customer mindshare, customer feedback, right? Really, you really saw the customers react to the sort of opportunity you're presenting in front of them. And hopefully, I think some of the entrepreneurs today in the audience will also take that to heart on sort of how key it is to really get to understand what the customer is looking for. I did want to move on to I know I have several questions for you, Sanjeev, but I want to move on to the next phase in sort of your career is as an investor. I did want to spend a couple of minutes on that as well. I know we only have 30 minutes today, but from an entrepreneur operator to an investor, I'd love to hear your thought process on how and why you made that decision to focus your energies on more than just the operations of what was obviously very, very successful, very large, well-growing company as well. And sort of what was in your mind and sort of what made you do that?
Well, first of all, very fortunate to have senior colleagues and sort of partners who were there to pick up the mantle should I ever have to step aside, right? So we weren't short of management bandwidth at the top. Right? We had done, I think, done a good job of putting a senior team together and then down the line. Okay.
Yeah.
What that meant was post the IPO. So during the IPO process for a year before that, I had to sort of, I was called the CEO, but effectively I had to stop being the CEO, except for getting the IPO through. That took about 11 months.
Got it.
During that time, Hitesh Oberoi, who was then the COO, sort of he stepped up to the plate and he did handle everything. So when the IPO was over, I kind of figured that, listen, although I'm called the CEO, I don't need to be the CEO.
Yeah.
Right? Hitesh is ready. Okay. So it took us about, I think, 4 years to sort of actually do that. But that was in my head, and Hitesh was also ready, and, we were discussing it. And and we had this money sloshing around in the bank, and we were profitable. The IPO money, right? And we were sort of making money every month, every quarter.
Yeah.
So we said, what do we do with this capital? Right? And it may be a good idea to go out and acquire something. But when we went out, we figured that there's nothing to acquire, and whatever there is perhaps too expensive. We would never buy at that price.
Correct.
And then we realized that, look, there are a whole bunch of people trying to do stuff. They're super smart and bright. We can't do all those things. We don't have all those ideas. We don't have the leadership bandwidth, and they'll never come and work for us. So why don't we back them and see where that goes? And at that time, there was some venture capital, but not the kind of venture capital there is today in India. So that seemed to be an underserved segment as far as capital is concerned.
Right.
So we put our toes in the water, and in 2007, a year after the IPO, we sort of put a small sum of money in one company, then second company, third company, from a balance sheet. And in 2010, I sort of stepped aside as CEO and began to do this full time. So once again, like Naukri, started off as a small cottage sector activity, figuring it out as we went along. I had 1.5 people. Right. Even now, there are only 6 people. In the investing team. And we do this.
Great. Do you look at startups do you weigh your own experience as an entrepreneur when you look at startups and sort of what values
so
you
we have a notion. We have a few notions on who to back, what to look for. We aren't always right, and we miss some good ones. So if you look at our anti-list, some really big home runs we've missed.
Sure.
But that's fine, as long as the ones you do are okay enough of them, we're all right. But if I tell you the ones I've missed, you will see what a lousy investor you are, Sanjeev.
No, but is there a thesis that you look at? Is it really
so one thing we like to see
market?
is I'll tell you. We like to see some evidence of natural traction, that this thing has got legs, and without spending on marketing, it's kind of spreading, right? Which means it's probably hitting a hot button, solving an unsolved problem. We like to talk to the customers. One important question we ask is, where did you get this idea from? Your idea kahan se aaya?
Yeah, right.
So we get a good sense of how compelling the value prop is, right? Obviously, team is important. But the third thing we look at is, look, can this thing ever make money? We are great believers in revenue, profit, cash flow. And because I believe in the long run, you'll be valued over profit multiples.
Correct.
So if we can't figure out how this company could make profit ever,
right,
we tend to stay away. Right. And then we go in and we stay for a long time. So, for example, in Policy Bazaar, we invested first in 2008. We continue to invest, and we invested last in 2019. Now you can do that off the balance sheet.
Sure.
You can't do it in a VC fund.
You can't do it in a fund, yeah.
Because you got an exit time horizon.
Correct.
But one thing I've realized is that if you have the luxury of being really patient in India, at the end of the day, in Zomato, we went in 2010, it's 2021, 11 years later, we're still in there. And, had we run a 7, 8 year, 9 year fund, we would have probably wanted to exit by 2016. But a lot of our value creation and appreciation has come in the last 3 years.
Right.
And we would have missed that. So in India, you got to be really patient, in my opinion.
Got it. Right. Now, do you enjoy being an investor more than an operator, or is it different parts of your brain?
Not for the first 2-3 years. I was CEO, and what I said would get done, right? And when you're investing behind entrepreneurs, it took me 2 years to understand that, listen, people become entrepreneurs not because they're looking for a new boss, right? So you can suggest, but maybe they'll do 2 out of 10 things you say, and you gotta be able to live with that, right?
Got it. Yeah.
So as opposed to telling people what to do and expecting them to follow, you got to nudge and suggest, and then hope for the best.
Got it.
Because good entrepreneurs will almost always march to the beat of their own drummer. Right? The question is, can you say something, and if the penny drops, he'll do it, or he or she will do it. If the penny doesn't drop, he won't do it.
Yeah. Agreed. I know we have only 5 minutes left, Sanjeev, so I did want to ask you some questions about Sanjeev himself. So, what outside of work, outside of sort of all the stuff that you've done on your career, direction, what else interests you? What do you do to let your hair down? What other hobbies interest you have? I mean, we'd like to hear sort of what Sanjeev does when he's not working.
Well, okay. The fact is, I'm usually working. Okay, no, but but having said that, look, I read a bit. I used to travel. And now of course travel is out. I love actually working with entrepreneurs and startups, whether or not I'm investing.
Correct.
Because from the young people I meet, I get ideas and energy and keeps me young. Right. And keeps me to problem solving. I'm interested in supporting a few institutions, and therefore I do some philanthropy there. Largely in the area of education. Whether it's Ashoka University, whether it's my school, my college, my business school, any other thing. So there's some philanthropy we do, and I get involved in some of that, but largely in the education space.
Right. I have to give a shout out, by the way. Now that you're talking about sort of give back, I do want to give a shout out to the Partition Archives. I know you're a supporter of that cause.
Yes.
As I am as well, and I'm deeply committed to that cause as well. So thank you for supporting that cause.
Thank you.
If you sort of more of a lighthearted question, if you had to invite one person for dinner, anywhere in the world, somebody who everybody would know here, who would it be, and why?
I could say anybody. I could say Shah Rukh Khan. I could say Amitabh Bachchan. I could say, I could say Sachin Tendulkar. But you know what? I'd really like to talk to the guy who gave us our first check in Naukri. I don't know who he is. I've forgotten the name of the company. But he started the ball rolling, and he gave us our first check proactively, inbound interest, and and that's what said, okay, now it's time to start earning revenue. But I'd like to meet that guy.
Okay, great. Now maybe we can get the word out and see if that person can reach out. Time-wise, I think I just wanted to sort of give you the opportunity to talk a little bit about the impact you've had. Sanjeev, it's a tough question. It's a big question. The theme of our event is the multiplier effect. And I think for you, your multiplier effect has been in so many different ways as an entrepreneur, for your investors, for your employees, for the people who are looking for jobs, honestly, right? And so many other things. So I'd love to hear sort of your thought on the multiplier effect and sort of how you view it, in your sort of lens.
Well, look, I think doing stuff that has impact beyond what you do is really important, because what you do is important. But देखो इंडिया में क्या होता है ना कि the government set up 5 IITs.
Right.
Their graduates were in demand and succeeded, and the demand for admission to IITs exceeded the number of seats pretty quickly.
Correct.
And that led to 4,000 engineering colleges coming up all over India, right? And if you look at the Indian IT sector, that has been built not by the IITs, it's been built by all the engineers, because you need a few million people working there, right?
Yeah.
And it is the IT sector that has led to India being able to take advantage of the tech opportunity today, beyond IT services, right? Where you're talking about the internet, apps, tech product companies, and so on, right? And that's what is creating all this wealth, value, market cap, job creation, all of that. Now, that is a multiplier effect.
Sure.
5 IITs, 4,000 engineering colleges. It took 50 years, but it happened.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Likewise for business schools. 2 IIMs, then the third one, and then there are 3,000 business schools. Okay.
Sure.
We want to do that for Ashoka. One liberal arts college. You can make it work. Will others copy you? And you should be open to be copied and encourage copying.
Right.
Because India needs maybe 100 Ashokas, 1,000 Ashokas.
Correct.
Likewise, one company, InfoEdge, it grew. It went public.
Correct.
It sort of showed others that it can be done.
Sure.
Invest in some, like the amount of policy bazaar worked out well. It shows others it can be done. I think that's important. So India, with 1.4 billion people, 1.3 billion people, you need models that will succeed and then inspire others to do similar things,
right,
or follow a similar path. I think that's really important.
Terrific. Thank you. I know we have 1 minute left. I wanted to give you maybe 60 seconds if you have some final takeaways. The audience today is about 2,000 people. We have a lot of young entrepreneurs. There is a lot of alumni from some of the engineering and management schools that we have here. We have some faculty from these universities as well. So it's a broad audience, and obviously some investors as well. I wanted you to take 60 seconds to think, if you had any takeaway, especially for the young entrepreneurs, especially for the guys.
So I'll just say one thing, that for the people who are starting out as entrepreneurs and have not got funding, right? Just remember that the customer's money is more important than the investor's money, right? Because if you're getting the customer's money and you're getting it repeatedly from the same customer at a price that's higher than your cost, then chances are you have a viable company, so long as you get enough customers, right? And if you are getting the customer's money on these terms, the investor's money will almost certainly follow, because investors love to invest behind customers who are getting behind companies who are getting the customer's money. But if you get the investor's money first, it does not necessarily mean the customer's money will follow. Because the customer is unforgiving. The customer will only give you money a second time if you deliver the first time. That means your stuff is working. But getting the investor's money is about perhaps impressing 2-3 people across the table with your PowerPoint. And that could be just the arbitrary judgment of those 3 people that, you know, this thing is worth making.
Sure.
So therefore, I would say focus on getting the customer's money first before trying to get the investor's money.
Great. No, that's terrific advice. It's been a privilege, Sanjeev, to have a few minutes of your time to speak with us and our team.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the time and look forward to learning more from you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Sanjeev and Vishal, for firing up a Saturday morning.
Thank you.
It was
Bye-bye.
a privilege and an honor to have you here with us. Seems we have a large audience today again, and I'm really excited for the day. Please feel free to tweet us at @IvyCap Ventures. Moving on to our next session. As an asset class, venture capital has the potential to provide significant alpha to our portfolio and therefore has been a fixture in sophisticated institutional investor portfolios for years. Venture capital investments are increasingly becoming an attractive addition to most diversified portfolios across investor segments. Our next session, Quest for Long-Term Returns, has some of the most eminent names from the world of investing and discusses what investors look at when they evaluate alternative asset classes for their portfolios. Mr. Vikram Gupta, Managing Partner, IvyCap, would be moderating the session. So Vikram, over to you.
Thanks, Mansi, and a very good morning to everyone who's attending this session. I know that we have participants from all over the world, and I feel very fortunate to have a very illustrious panel here. And really thank you. And I know that, while we have limited time, we'll just try to make the best use of that. Let me quickly introduce our panelists here. We have Mr. Ashwini Bhatia, who is the Managing Director at State Bank of India, heading the corporate banking and global markets. He was also earlier working with the bank's funds management business, which is the largest fund management business in the country. I also have here Professor Ali Contractor, who actually represents the IIT Alumni Trust, which is our anchor and the sponsor of the fund. He's the former Dean of IIT Bombay, and he's been also on our board of advisors right from the inception at IvyCap Ventures. We also have Mihir Vora, who is the Senior Director and Chief Investment Officer at Max Life Insurance. And of course, very, very illustrious background in terms of investing. And we have Mohak Goel, who actually comes from the family office of Sheel Chand Agro. He's been very actively investing across funds, across startups. So I would love to hear his experience on how he's been, looking at the entire venture capital ecosystem. And last but not the least, we also have Prasoon Gajri, who is the Chief Investment Officer at HDFC Life. So it's a great panel, and thanks a lot, everyone. It's great to have you all here. And it's a very diverse set of people representing different areas from investing world. So let me start with you, Mr. Ashwini Bhatia. So thank you so much for joining us today. And you represent the largest bank in the country, managing such a large book. And of course, State Bank has also been very active now investing in the ecosystem. Would love to hear from you, your experience and how you've seen this overall venture capital ecosystem building up in the country. So, your thoughts on that.
So thank you, Vikram. as you've said, we have a pretty decent balance sheet. And this balance sheet has been growing year after year. We also have a pretty active treasury. But one thing that is that as an asset class, private equity.
I think we are losing Mr. Bhatia. So sorry, I think we had a few seconds of break. You can continue.
Thank you, Vikram. As you said, we have a decent sized balance sheet. For quite some time now. This must be about 17, 18 years. And very frankly,
Mr.
Bhatia, know the numbers.
We're having a little bit of connection issue. Maybe I think we had broadly understood what you were saying, but maybe if you can, repeat maybe last 30 seconds, that'd really nice.
In our ventures has been very, very good. Going forward, I think this is something the entire ecosystem that has been.
Sir, I'll come back to you. I think there is a little bit of connection issue here, so I'll come back to you. Let me go to Prasoon. Prasoon, I think you've been an investor in IvyCap as well, and now I think you've been seeing this venture capital ecosystem flourish over time. So of course, I remember when we started discussing venture capital at IvyCap, I think at that time you were doing a lot of research on understanding the whole space, how typically these investments work. What has been your experience in this space?
Well, to be honest, Vikram, it's still early days. We have been investors in the space over the last, say, 3-4 years. So some of the funds are fully invested, some are still getting invested, some exits have started happening. So we really have to wait and watch how the risk return really pans out for us. Having said that, I think last 3-4 years, I've seen a few changes, which are, I think, very positive changes as far as we are concerned. Change number one is, I think, the sheer variety of funds now which are there in India. So you can really pick and choose what kind of investments you want to make and accordingly figure out a fund. Because end of the day, we are large long-term investors. We manage our own portfolio in the listed space. So we are actually far more interested in funds which give us diversification away from what we can do ourselves. And today, I believe there is a lot of variety of such funds. Because earlier, when we started off, we were finding it a little bit difficult to get that kind of a variety. So I think that is one big positive which has happened. Number two, I think there is some recognition between the GP community very clearly that the domestic investors are also becoming sizable. See, prior to the insurance companies becoming part of the ecosystem, it was primarily the state-run banks, the PSU banks like SBI, who were the leading investors, and maybe LIC. Among the domestic institutional investors. So when we started off, we tried contacting a few funds, and most of them were not really interested in domestic capital because their sizes were typically much smaller than what they were looking at. They were far happier taking larger size checks from large global pension funds and global investors. But I find a very positive change that not only there is recognition that domestic capital is important. Even when we have small checks in some of the funds, I think we are getting treated reasonably fairly by a lot of these funds. So I think overall a positive experience in terms of how the asset class has shaped up. How much our allocation will be, how things will pan out, I guess we'll get our answers over the next 3 to 4 years. When the final money starts coming back, what kind of returns we make. I think that broadly sums up in terms of our experience so far.
Great. No, thanks, Prasoon. I'm not sure if Mr. Bhatia is back, but let me go to Mihir. Mihir, I think I've also seen Max Life becoming very active in this asset class. So would love to know your experience, how you've seen this growing over time.
Thanks, Vikram, for having me. Always a pleasure. It's been a excellent learning curve for us. Like Prasoon mentioned, we started about at the same time 4-5 years back, and the gamut of offerings available is far better. And more importantly, what we have seen is that in the last 4-5 years, when we started off, there were very few funds with track records. But now that we've had some time to examine the space, and funds have also had the time to demonstrate the track record, the experience is much more comfortable now. And we have seen that at least the filters that we have used in terms of trying to weed out the say startups or the first timers, and have worked very well. So I would say that out of the dozens of funds that we have made across met across asset classes, not only VC but in the PE space, in the structured debt space, etc. The filters have worked very well, and after those filters have of quality, etc., track record have been met, then the experience is that most of the funds have stuck to their investment philosophy. Most of the funds have stuck to the investment discipline of valuations, etc. And the outcomes across the board, the strike rate after those filters is very high. So all in all, a very positive experience so far across various strategies. As I said, not only VC, but across all the strategies. The other good spin-off, which is kind of a pleasant surprise, is that, we would have been in a blind spot as far as the tech space is concerned, the fintech, consumer tech space is concerned, if we hadn't started investing in the AIFs, especially in the PE and VC space, because for many years these segments were very small, under the radar, kind of niche, and suddenly they have come up. But if we hadn't kept track of what's happening in the portfolios of our investee companies or our investee funds, we would have kind of missed the whole trend in the tech space, so to say. So that's one outcome that is very positive for us. That it's been a good learning and good way to keep in touch with the newer sectors in the economy also.
That's actually very, very heartening to hear, both from Prasoon and Mihir. And we have a large audience today, and quite a few budding funds who are actually setting up new funds, and also investors who've been investing. So I'm sure they'll be quite excited listening to your perspectives on the space. Mohak, I think you have, you represent the family side, and I've seen that there is a very interesting trend emerging over there. And I've started knowing you very recently, but I can tell you that I was very, very impressed the way you have analyzed the whole space, the number of funds that you invested in, and how you look at those funds from investing perspective. I haven't seen too many families also doing the way you go in a very structured fashion. So how's been your approach and your experience so far? And what's your view of how this space has been emerging so far?
Thanks, Vikram. We started investing 3 months ago, and as a family office, we have never invested in any of those in the past. Whatever we earned, we reinvested in our own business. But now, after 3 months ago, we started finding options, and I think in India we have too many options. If you want to do seed round, you have funds over there also, Series A, Series B. So people have different options, and I think what is more important is, there's a lot to learn if you're working with the funds, because, they will connect you with the startups also. And if you have synergies, you can use those in your own business also. So I think that is very good. And at the same time, I feel that now local founders or, people who have built companies are opening their own funds, and they are mentoring the startups also, and they are giving them mentorship so that they can grow at a faster pace.
Great. Thanks, Mohak. I think it's very interesting to see how, the way you have currently looked at the entire space and how you're experiencing it. I would love to hear more from you, but let me come to Professor Contractor. Professor, I think I must say one thing, that right from the day we conceptualized IvyCap, I think you have been there with us, I would say even from before we started. And you are the representative of our core anchor investor, the entire IIT alumni ecosystem. So, of course, your perspectives also are very important here. So I'd love to hear, how have you seen this asset class emerge, given the fact, how we conceptualize the whole thing and how we come this far with the kind of engagement we have from the alumni ecosystem?
Yeah, thank you, Vikram. I'm really happy to be associated with IvyCap. as you said, I've been associated right from the beginning. So it was almost like, has been a learning experience for me from a scale of 0. And as far as the alumni are concerned, I think IvyCap, I would look at it as a kind of a platform which provides an opportunity for alumni to give back to their institution in various ways. Okay, I mean, those of us who have made a lot of money make big donations, but there are also people who have not very large sums of money, but have time, have talent, as Professor Mahesh was saying, to contribute. So I have been able to see this, enabling sort of operation which IvyCap has done. A lot of it has also given us opportunity to interact with alumni from a variety of background, with variety of experiences, and learn from them. And with the kind of companies in which IvyCap has invested, and particularly I'm really impressed with the seed funding which IvyCap has done. And I think you're going to see a lot of return from some of the new companies in which, especially in deep tech and things like that, which will not only give you returns in financial terms, but also put India on the global map in terms of technology, etc. I mean, very often our companies tend to be copycats. Something succeeds in US and then we try to do it here. But some of the newer companies, I think, are really path breaking, and they actually have a larger role to play on on a global context rather than just the national context. In fact, one of our new companies has almost all of their revenue comes from outside India. So I mean, this is really nice to see that talent which has been nurtured in India, which has been supported by funding from India, is able to step out into the world and make a name for itself. So it's really very nice.
Thank you, Professor Contractor. I can't see Mr. Bhatia here, but I'm not sure whether he's there. Mr. Bhatia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay, perfect. So sorry, we couldn't hear you properly earlier. So please go ahead with your comments.
Yeah, so State Bank of India got into the private equity venture capital investing about 18 years back. I think amongst the public sector, we were the first movers. What we realize now is that we have to be in this space. Capital is not a constraint. The Reserve Bank of India guidelines do permit us to invest in this space. So just to give you a sense, banks in India are allowed to invest up to 20% of their tier 1 capital into equities. Most of them have not even touched a small percentage of that. We think that wherever we cannot take, say, some credit exposure, companies need to be profit making and so on and so forth. This is the way to enter this new industry. And of course, the choices today are far more. The last 2 years has actually seen a explosion. And you open up any newspaper today, there are at least 2 pages devoted to private equity entries, exits, private equity getting out through IPOs. So that opportunity has become much bigger. I think we have enough risk capital to put into this segment. And for the last 18 years, I can tell you that we have not been disappointed. So some funds may have underperformed or not given the IRRs promised and all, but we know that is par for the course and those kind of things happen. What has also helped us and will help us in going forward is that we will also be getting co-investing rights. So we also know that credit may not happen in the real sense anymore going forward. The capital markets and the IPO market attached to it will actually grow bigger. So it's better to be an early mover, start faster, and make good returns. So we are very open to it. And I think our exposure in the coming years will increase also.
Well, that's actually very heartening to hear, Mr. Bhatia. Is actually, in fact, I have been in this space now, investing for almost 15 years now. And to be honest, seeing institutions like State Bank actually, even talk about co-investing and, taking equity exposure in startups is actually very, very good for the ecosystem. In fact, that also brings me to the next question in terms of how investors are looking at co-investing along with funds. And maybe I can start with you itself, Mr. Bhatia. I think you have, in fact, started also looking at that as an important measure. How does it work? Within the institution, I'm sure it's not easy for you to really, move the system internally and, work towards that because there are certain regulations you can't take beyond certain stakes, businesses, how they align with the core business, etc. So how does that work for you?
So once we are invested in a fund and we know the performance, actually the next step you talked about co-investing, that actually becomes simpler. So today the ecosystem is such that, you don't actually have to come at the venture stage or the initial stage. There is series A, B, C, D, so on and so forth. There is pre-IPO. So very frankly, I think that is a better opportunity for us once we know what is going on in the company. Steering that within the system in the bank also is very frankly not difficult. If they like the opportunity, they see it. And we actually think that this space will again grow further in addition to funds and so on and so forth. So I look at it very, very positively, and we are willing to wait. Our capital is also patient. And I know there could be some dud investments also, but the others will make up. I have no doubt about that as well. So internally, I can tell you that there is not much issue. Today, we are actually put some money here, there.
Mr. Bhatia, I think you're breaking up again. So.
Okay. So for us, nothing is more important than.
Sorry, I think we broadly understood, Mr. Bhatia, what you're trying to say. Thank you so much. I think that is very, very interesting. In fact, the same question to both of you, Prasoon and Vihir, because I think you represent a very different investor class, which is actually, in my view, insurance as a sector, I think aligns very well in terms of the long-term nature of this asset class. But from a co-investment perspective, how do you look at it? Are you thinking of maybe at some point that would be interesting for insurance companies to also look at, given that the scale of these businesses is growing very fast?
Oh, definitely. Co-investing is something which we'd be fairly keen on. We have explored this space. There are certain regulatory challenges which we have, which hopefully over a period of time will get sorted out. Barring that, frankly, we are keen for 2-3 reasons. One is clearly it's a complementary space to what we do. It's in companies and industries which we are normally not invested in. We have the bandwidth to analyze these companies internally, so it's not that we can't. And obviously, the funds we are invested in are more than supportive and helpful in terms of us understanding these companies. And we have reasonably large equity corpuses, so we can allocate, even if we allocate 2-3-4% of our overall capital, it gives us a reasonable size to play with. So logically, co-investment is something we looked at. And the second reason why we want to really look at the space is also from a strategic perspective. A lot of these startups we can kind of work with. We can have POCs with them, which we're going on. As you're very well aware, Vikram, we have a running program for interaction with startups and figuring out what we can do with them, and investing in them helps us further that in a way. So overall, we are very happy and keen to look at it. It's just that current regulations do not allow us to invest in private limited companies. And most of the companies which funds invest in tend to be private limited companies. So it's a bit of a challenge on that count. But having said that, wherever we see opportunities like this, we'll be keen to explore that.
Mihir, your views on it?
Sure. So we are looking at it in two stages. So we are not really looking to unlisted equities or venture capital investments or PE kind of investments as a separate asset class initially. We will do that in the medium term, but not in the shorter term. In the shorter term, we are trying to work in spaces or companies which have some synergies in the financial services business with our businesses. So it's more of a business strategic nature kind of investments that we are looking at in the first stage. And in the second stage, we will kind of look to build up unlisted equities as a separate portfolio. But that'll be probably after 2 or 3 years.
Got it. Okay. And Professor Contractor, I think from the IIT alumni perspective, of course, our model itself works in such a way that there is a lot of engagement from the alumni, whether through the mentor trust or, people actually working very closely with these companies. How do you see this, over a period of time, given that this engagement itself is growing? From first fund to the third fund, already we have seen substantial increase in the scale. So what's your thought on that? How do you see this opportunity building up?
Yeah, I think the prospects are, very good. And as they say, nothing succeeds like success. So, people are less hesitant to associate with these kind of initiatives. But I'm looking at it more as an opportunity for alumni to give back to their institutions. As I said earlier also, there are alumni have a variety of talents, and the institutions actually do not have all the wherewithal to make best use of those talents. So I think companies like IvyCap provide that funnel for us to get associated and give back to our institutions, as well as contribute something to the entrepreneurship ecosystem within the country. So I think this is a fantastic model, and certainly alumni will continue to support it.
Mohak, co-investing has been very integral part of most of the family offices' investing philosophy. I have seen that family offices are looking to invest with the co-investing as part of their strategy to align with their own core operations. How are you looking at co-investing as a strategy for your own investing strategy?
So personally, I think we will all agree that this asset class is a little bit risky. And what co-investment does is, it gives you an opportunity to double down on the winners. At the same time, how Mr. Prasoon was saying that, synergies are very important. So like example of that would be, we have invested in a construction software company. So what they do is they will manage your schedule and whether you are on time with the project that you are doing. So those things helps in the business. And if I talk about that from a fund's perspective, that is also good because you have a lot of LPs and institutions that can help startups, and at the same time they can mentor them. So that is my opinion about it.
Sure, Mr. Bhatia, if you can hear me, I wanted to come back to you on a question on how do you typically select investing in a fund, or how do you select a fund? It's important, I think, from many of the audience out here who are thinking of either setting up a fund or maybe already have funds but raising funds. Any thoughts on that from your side?
So it's not any different from others who invest through this route. We are looking for at a strong team. We are looking at the vintage. We are looking.
I think we're again losing you, Mr. Bhatia. I'm so sorry. This is a little bit of connection issue, I guess. Okay, I think, can you hear me, Mr. Bhatia?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry, we lost the last 5 seconds. If you can just repeat that.
Yeah, so all that I was saying that the way we choose the managers or others is no different from the others. Strong team, the vintage, whether there have been any exits, the proof of concept and all. And obviously the comfort does come in when we go in for the second fund or third fund. Governance for us is very, very important. And our past experience, of course, is equally important. So, I mean, it's not any different from the way others would look at it. I don't think this is not a real differentiator, if you may ask me. So pretty much the rules are same for all.
Sure.
Yes, we have become a little more adventurous. The manufacturing side. But now, of course, we have gone into fintechs and technology companies, consumer durables, and so on and so forth.
Understood. No, thank you. I think that's very, very helpful. Prasoon, how about you? How do you decide on a fund manager? You're looking at the first-time fund managers versus, second time or third time. So, how do you look at them?
To be honest, Vikram, we are still learning. And it has been an evolving process for us. When we started off, we found it extremely difficult to choose between fund managers. It was a very, very difficult choice because the data availability itself was very small. I mean, you really couldn't get any public data given the nature of the asset class. And you have to really depend on the person who was presenting to you to kind of accept whatever was being said at face value. So it was tough. I think over a period of time, we have had some learnings. So we have formulated some rules based on those. So I think 2-3 things for us stand out. One is clearly that in this asset class, unlike maybe listed equity, where good performance by a fund manager in 1 year and 2 years may not necessarily get repeated over the year 3 and year 4, because that's the nature of the markets. But in this asset class, typically a firm which delivers good performance tends to do it more often than the other. So track record becomes very important. Number 2, the stability of the team. How long the team has been together, how they have worked together. And now, over the last couple of years, we have started going much deeper into the individual investments made by these funds. How are the returns getting generated? Which kind of investments are generating those returns? So the learning is kind of improving with every passing year. So what we typically don't do now is very often we do not really do it with first timers. Nothing against first timers. I'm sure they have sources of capital, but one, we don't know how stable the team is going to be, whether it's going to last 2 years, 3 years. They may have done a great job in their previous roles in different entities, but one, getting the data is difficult. What the individual contribution is very difficult to judge. And it's a people's game. If it's eventually the fund manager who's going to deliver the returns for us. So first time funds, we have to be very careful, even if we allocate the amounts are smaller. Track record has become very important for us. If we are invested in a fund and it doesn't deliver, we are absolutely clear we're not going for the second fund. And obviously the governance part, how transparent the fund is, how often they share information, what kind of information is shared, are they willing to talk about their companies in greater detail, etc. So I think all these put together, there's no set template, but it's a learning process as far as we are concerned.
No, that's great insights, Prasoon. Mihir, how about you?
Pretty similar to what Mr. Bhatia and Prasoon said, in terms of the quality of the team, the track record, should have been working together for a while, etc. What are the incentive structures within the team? So we sometimes go into great detail as to what the individual level incentives are also for the members of the core team, so to say. And while, as I said, we haven't gone into first timers, but in certain cases we then have waited for 2, 3, or 4 years and gone in for secondary lots. If we like what they've done and gone and invested as per their original plans, etc. So we track them for 3, 4 years, and then as and when the chance comes, we actually have done small investments from the secondary market also based on the track record, etc. So that's something that we are closely looking at, and of course we are also now engaging with some of the investee companies to see what quality of investments have been made. as a test, and also to learn about what the inherent business models are running out there in the market.
Thanks, Mihir. We have just about a minute left, but I'll take a question for you, Mohak, which has come specifically for you from the audience. This is Sarvesh from Transparent Capital. It's a very interesting question, and actually I relate to that as well. So it basically says that, in Western countries, you see a substantial part of the family capital getting allocated for this asset class, for AIFs. But in India, this is still very small. The number quoted here is 1%. I personally thought maybe different segments are actually now increasing their allocation. But what's your thought on that, in terms of percentage of your overall corpus that, in your view, people thinking to allocate to this?
So are you talking specifically about us or like in general?
Both, maybe.
Okay. So if I talk about our company, we are investing 80% of our savings into startup. And the reason is, there's a lot to learn. And I personally feel that, as a family office perspective, in the past, people thought of this as a side business, but now people should see this as a business, what they are doing in their own businesses also, because, there's a lot to learn. At the same time, there was a report which was by 256 Networks that, by 2025, $30 billion will be invested in Indian tech space. So I feel that thing is changing, and we are also moving towards the global trend, which is there. And I feel in 3 or 4 years, you will see that 1% might change to 20 or 30%.
Got it. No, that's very interesting. So I can see that I've already run out of time. Unfortunately, of course, there was a lot more to discuss, and especially with this LP panel being one of the very important panels from our overall sector perspective. But I really want to thank everyone here in this panel. Really appreciate your time, and would love to obviously maybe forward any questions that come up later to you separately. So again, thanks a lot for each one of you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your presence. We are highly grateful for the same. It was interesting to know about the increasing interest of co-investing. I do understand that certain institutions may have some regulatory challenges for the same, but it's good to hear that they are willing to at least explore if given a chance. Just a gentle reminder for the audience, please do visit our networking lounge and portfolio zones, and feel free to ask any questions to our panelists using the Ask Questions toggle that would appear on the left-hand side of your screen. And feel free to tweet us at @IvyCap Ventures. We would also like to hear your feedback. So click on the feedback button at the bottom of your screen and do share your thoughts with us. Indian tech startups have not only managed to stay afloat amidst the uncertainties and rapid experimentations, but also strategically strengthened their playbook by converting each crisis into an opportunity, thereby evolving and scaling up phenomenally. But this is just the tip of the iceberg, and the Indian startup ecosystem is bound to experience a growth trajectory never ever seen before in the coming years. Our next session would therefore try to understand the mega trends expected to emerge in the next decade for the Indian VC ecosystem. Mr. Ashish Wadhwani, Managing Partner IvyCap, would be moderating the session for us. Over to you, Ashish.
Thank you, Madhuri. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone who is taking out time on Saturday to listen to this session. And welcome to my co-panelist, Rajiv Menon from Cisco, Ruchira Shukla from IFC, and Arjun Anand from Verinvest. And these are all investors who are very long-term, very strategic. So we are going to not get any momentum answers from them. And it's the right topic for them because we are talking about the next decade. And before we get into the meat of it, I'd like for each of you to sort of introduce yourself and say a little bit about what in your individual capacity as the head of your organizations, what you're doing. Ruchira, of course, we have to start with you.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, very well. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Well, pleasure to be here, and always an exciting topic. So it doesn't matter whether it's a Saturday or any other day of the week. I am Ruchira Shukla. I'm based in Delhi, and I lead IFC's disruptive technologies work in South Asia, which means that I invest in early stage tech startups. We take equity positions, and we also invest in VC funds. I wear a second hat at IFC, where I am the global sector lead for health tech. So for health tech investments, I'm responsible for building IFC's global portfolio, both seeking out good investment opportunities and then managing the portfolio, and also a whole bunch of ecosystem building initiatives which will allow the creation of solid health tech solutions going forward.
Thank you, Ruchira. Rajiv, you want to go next?
Sure. Happy to. Hey, everybody. Good to see you all and pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Yeah, I lead Cisco's corporate development Asia Pac in Japan. And a little bit about us, acquisitions and, sorry, Ashish, I'm seeing a lot, I'm hearing a lot of background noise. I don't know if it's one of us or someone else, but okay. That's good.
Is it better now, Rajiv?
Yeah. Thank you. I was just saying, yeah, look, acquisitions and investments have been an integral part of Cisco's growth strategy for a long time. And really, the corporate development group at Cisco is kind of at the pointy end of that strategy, of the execution of that strategy. So what we focus on is investing in the next generation enterprise technology, both via acquisitions as well as venture funding. And that's kind of unique to Cisco, where the same deal team, folks like myself, do everything from venture, where we're very active, as well as M&A, where also we are very active. And we've been doing both of those activities for well over 25 years. Our first acquisition was back in '93. We've been acquiring companies consistently since, and we're as of a few weeks ago, completed our 226th acquisition. And on the investing side, I couldn't tell you how many over that period, but I can tell you that as on date, our active global portfolio is 120 plus companies. And maybe one other thing I would say, Ashish, is what makes us perhaps stand out a little bit is our incredible focus on making the startup successful through and via Cisco. I mean, we're a 50 billion revenue technology enterprise. And so our team globally, which is about 50 people, is about 70 to 75 deal folks like myself and 25 to 30% portfolio development folks who do nothing but help leverage the power of Cisco for these companies. And there's many examples which I won't get into right now, but that's a brief version from my side.
Very interesting, Rajiv, and well done over the years. Arjun, would you like to go next?
Well, thanks, Ashish. Hi, everyone. So I lead India and Southeast Asia investments for Whirl Invest. We are, I guess, a single family office, but all we do is invest in private companies, which is related to consumer brands. So this can be online, offline. So I guess most of our portfolio today is, I would say, started offline and then went online somewhere along the way. But our focus is on consumer brands. We've been around for 26 years. We don't have separate funds. It's one vehicle. And so we can think in terms of decades, and that gives us, we think, a strategic advantage. And we have a portfolio in India, which consists of Byju's, Sula Wines, Epigamia Yogurt, Purple, Wakefit, etc.
Thank you. Before we look ahead, let's look a little bit in the rearview mirror and just take a pause and see what's happened in the last 5 to 10 years and how has this ecosystem grown multifold and what the underlying factors of this might be. So Ruchira, since you spoke about ecosystem development, what was IFC's view and how do you see the last 10 years of the space? What's been your experience?
Yeah, thank you, Ashish. And we are the long-term investors. We've been around in emerging markets for a very long time. So it's good to get that question, and it helps us think about what's happening today versus what happened in earlier years. In the venture ecosystem, I would say, from 2010 to 2015, a lot of what we were seeing were business models from elsewhere being brought to India. So, entrepreneurs, investors, we all have that playbook where this has worked in the US, let's try to make the India version of this. This has worked in China, let's make the India version of that. And a lot of companies got created, capital came in, but because it was always trying to replicate something that had worked elsewhere for India, the tough learning there was that India is not like any other country. India is unique in very challenging ways. And what ended up happening is a lot of companies did not succeed because they just couldn't figure out how to adapt the model for India. And those that did turn out to be relevant replicas for the country, you saw a lot of capital crowding into 3 or 4 players in exactly the same space. So there was a lot of competition, and investor capital was not used in very productive ways in those years. It ended up, people were paying up to get into a deal, which resulted in very frothy valuations, particularly as we'll all remember around 2014, 2015, everything became way too expensive. And I think somehow things started shifting in 2016 and 17 when investors started seeing the traction in some of their portfolios and realized it takes time for the promise to be delivered in execution. And then there was a rationalization of valuation. And the other thing that happened was entrepreneurs, the new crop of entrepreneurs that started coming into the ecosystem became more focused on solving India-specific problems. So they were asking themselves a question about what is it that India needs in this space and how can we find the best business solution for it and build a commercially viable business while solving that problem. And that attracted a new crop of investors and more capital from the earlier ones. So the capital story has stayed consistent, but I would say that in the recent past, we've seen a much better quality of, a better pool of businesses being created, entrepreneurs that really want to create lasting companies. And that therefore presents a great opportunity for what we're seeing today.
So better quality of entrepreneurs, more maturity, more capital. Rajiv, any other factors you think have caused this surge, and are they sustainable?
Sorry, your question was any other factors that have caused this growth?
Yes.
Yeah, I think there's a multitude of factors. Maybe the one I would highlight is the fact that, Ruchira was talking about kind of what happened up to 14, 15, and there was a bit of a dip, and then, we saw sort of a second or third renaissance, whatever you want to call it. I think one thing that has led to the current success of, for example, solutions that work for India or other things, this sort of second time around entrepreneurs or third time around, right? People who've had successes coming back around to back companies as investors, advisors, or operating roles, and actually talent from slightly lower in the previous from the previous organizations as well. So we've seen a lot of this talent become extremely experienced, and the conversations in recent years, a lot of management teams and founding teams are very different from what they were, call it, in the early sort of 2012, 13 and things like that. So I think that's great, that's sustainable, that's going to continue to grow, and I think that's great news for India's ecosystem.
Great. So it's not a flash in the pan, it's long-term, it's secular, it's sustainable. Let's now look ahead a bit and, let's talk about COVID. And, many people believe that COVID has been a watershed event for the industry, for entrepreneurship in general, technology in specific. Arjun, let's start with you. What's your view on that?
So I think watershed event is a very strong, word. I would say that there were obviously trends, secular trends of everything moving more digital, even before COVID. So an acceleration is probably more appropriate. And if we look back on it 10 years ago, whether COVID had happened or not, 10 years from now, whether COVID had happened or not, digital acceleration was going to happen. It's probably skipped a couple of years thanks to this stark nature of COVID. The other thing that COVID has obviously done has tested the resilience of management teams. Now, it doesn't matter whether you were COVID positive or COVID negative from a sectoral standpoint, you've still been tested on resilience just because of the enormity of what has happened. And that should be very good experience in the next decade to come. And I see to what Rajiv said, these teams will go on to create very, very long-lasting businesses because of the experience they've had. So it's extremely positive, accelerated. Today we are in this, what all of us know is a bit of a liquidity bubble. And so things will calm down. We've all been through multiple cycles. But the advantage of being long-term for all of us in the panel here, I guess, is that in the long term, the ride will go up. Maybe there's some bumps along the way.
And hey, Ashish, if I could just jump in with a quick comment, I agree. I mean, watershed or not, one thing is very interesting in the last 12 months is that have become used to investing in companies without actually in-person meetings. That was unimaginable previously. And I can't tell you the number of investors who've told me, yeah, we made 10 investments for the last 1 year. And that was just quite not imaginable previously. So I don't know whether you call that watershed, but I think it's a very turning point for the industry.
And I'm sure that trend is making everyone at Cisco smile, right? Given so much of Zoom, etc., happening. Ruchira, coming back to how do you see COVID, and what are the other sort of fundamental factors that are going to drive the next decade? For this industry and for startups in this region?
Yeah, I'll pick up on that, Ashish, and also on one of the things that Arjun said, the resilience. That came as a huge positive surprise in some cases, right? Because when COVID first started, one didn't know what to expect. And one thought that, when I looked across the portfolio, we said, some may not even survive, right? And every investor was worried about that. Every CEO and founder was worried about whether they'll make it. Why? Because, with the successive lockdowns we had, revenues were wiped out. Any business that had a large offline component just didn't know where to get customers from. And it forced certain changes. It forced companies to pivot. So those that were offline started building an online presence. Anything that was digital saw tailwinds. Consumers started pivoting to consuming goods and services more digitally. It brought a whole new wave of tech adopters that would have taken maybe 18 months to 2 years to come online, but were forced to come online because there was no other way to do things that were essential to your life unless you could do them online. And so there were shifts across sectors, right? And the tailwinds and the headwinds started playing out. But most importantly, to Arjun's point on resilience, it's how the management teams and board members, investors got up together to solve this issue, right? There were cost cuts, very planned, very thoughtful cost cuts across most companies. A lot of startups, CEOs and senior management took salary cuts themselves just to extend cash runways. Investors came together to do bridge rounds. There was a time at IFC in the summer of 2020 where we were saying, stop new investments. Let's use all the capital to extend cash runways for our existing portfolio. So the fact that everybody came together to solve for survival actually came out stronger. And the companies that prevailed became even stronger than they would otherwise have been, which then led to more capital coming in, because now the investors that are looking at the ecosystem, COVID has helped separate the men from the boys. And the ones that are doing well are actually have proven themselves in a crisis. True. So I think that's what we're seeing. That's what explains some of this liquidity is investors coming in and saying, okay, the businesses that are now around and have learned to make it work are the ones that can survive in a crisis. Looking forward, I think there are a few things that will continue to happen that will drive the next 10 years of growth post-COVID. Tech is here to stay. And I was talking about the omni-channel approach. I think the time has come when no business can say, I'm not tech. Tech is ubiquitous. And if SMEs will get digitized, retailers will adopt tech. And so tech adoption will lead to offline players becoming electronically connected to their customers and more new business models happening. There will be more inclusion. So a lot of financial inclusion, consumers, new segments of consumers being digitally included, all of that will result in, again, a new crop of businesses that will drive economic growth. So I think going forward, I mean, provided, of course, that we can keep COVID in check, we're still not out of the woods, so we should be very cautious in celebrating just yet. But I think if we can somehow keep this in check, I am very optimistic about the future.
Yeah, I think resilience is something which has been a common theme across multiple funds. Let's talk a little bit about a couple of other factors. More recently, the China regulatory sort of clampdown and what it means for India in particular going forward. Any views on that? Rajiv?
I don't know that, I mean, there are some obvious questions, given what's going on, perhaps the capital inflow into China will slow, right? And will some of that capital find its way to India? Quite possible. Will it find its way to some other parts of the world? Quite possible. So that may be one obvious, implication. And it's shows India in a I hate to say this, but in a clearer right as being a democracy. I personally at least can't imagine anything like that ever happening in India, right? So it shows India in a positive light. So I would think, I would hope the situation in China improves for all investors, but if it doesn't, I think it may be positive news for India.
Ruchira, you have a bird's eye view of this. What are you seeing? Are you seeing any shifts in capital because of that?
We invest across 120 countries, and both India and China are important markets, as is the rest of Southeast Asia for us. And I would say that in the last quarter, we've had, IFC portfolio has seen 4 IPOs in China. Now, there is concern around some of the recent developments and the impact that can have on listed assets. So we are watching the space carefully, but it's too big a market to ignore. I think we will continue, at least most DFIs and IFC certainly will continue to do work in China. And we also look at it from a positive light in the sense that there's talent coming out of China that is helping businesses in the rest of Southeast Asia. And that will allow some of those those countries to see a more thriving tech ecosystem and attract more VC capital. So I think all of that is positive. And I do think the time has come for us to not think in terms of countries, but for regional businesses to be created. I encourage a lot of my IFC's portfolio companies to become regional or to go global, because the world is increasingly becoming more interconnected, and there's no reason for us to think in terms of country silos.
Sure. Arjun, coming to you, I want to touch upon one topic which is very sort of thematic and very relevant in today's world, which is around ESG, right? And a lot of families and institutions are looking at that. To what extent is venture investing adopting the ESG sort of framework and pushing it through to their portfolio? What are you seeing? What are your thoughts on that?
So Ashish, that's a very good question. Look, I think ESG, the digital has been around for a long time. ESG is what you're going to hear more and more and more over the next decade. There's no doubt about that. It starts with capital allocation. I think there's already an incredible amount of capital allocation towards chasing sustainable investing in sustainable companies. And so what happens is automatically every board is solving for ESG. And if you didn't have ESG in the past, regardless of where you are on your baseline, you will look to improve. And it's become an extremely important topic. In terms of allocating to VC funds or PE funds as well, we see from our lens at least, this becoming more and more an important topic of what is this fund manager going to do in the portfolio that they manage in terms of ESG. But ESG is still not measured in a standardized way. And that's what I think will evolve very, very soon. There are multiple types of bodies trying to solve or at least standardize this issue, because today everybody has a different definition of ESG and you can focus on different parts of what ESG is. I think the largest one that has gained attention is climate change and how do you solve climate change? Yeah. And there's an incredible amount of talent and capital going hand in hand to solve that. It's very, very topical and I don't see this going away. And I see it increasing and you'll be surprised by the amount of attention it is being received even in India. And what this has led to is that there's a grassroots level change. We are seeing, being in consumer businesses, consumers making choices which is more sustainable for the planet, and hence automatically business have to gear towards that. I can give you a few examples just within our own portfolio. So we recently backed a company, a brand called Who Gives a Crap. It sells toilet paper online. And what it does is it sells 100% recycled sustainable toilet paper, and it donates half of its profits to building toilets in Africa. And they are very loud about it. They're a mission-driven brand, and they are obviously called themselves Who Gives a Crap. And they've it scaled at an enormous pace. The company is based out of Australia, and over 3 or 4 years, it scaled to $100 million of revenue, which is unthinkable 5 years ago. Similarly, we have another company called Tony's Chocolonely, which is its mission is to create chocolate that is slave-free. So it goes back to the cocoa supply chain and make sure there's no child labor and labor-related issues. And these are the kinds of things that I'm seeing accelerate in a very significant way in the next decade.
It's very interesting what you said, Arjun. It's, most of these things, we wait for the standard responses. Let's wait for the regulators to push it on the industry. Let's wait for the economics to work out on renewables or recycling or whatever. But here you're talking of a consumer adoption of that, which is going to drive companies to take it forward. On that, I mean, shifting to trends, investing trends. What are some of your top themes, and what do you expect to be winners out of this part of the world, Rajiv?
Yeah, look, as enterprise tech investors, maybe I'll shine a light on that. What's been incredibly exciting over the last, few years, and we expected this back in 16, 17, and luckily we've seen it play out. And then looking forward, it's the same thing, which is, the position of India as a strategic market from where globally relevant enterprise tech innovation will come out, I think is sealed now. And, we already know the examples of Dhruva and Freshworks and things like that, but we've seen some really amazing companies emerge and win globally. Whatfix, Unifor, and actually the list is very, very long. And so we are super excited. I think back in 2017, off the top of my head, the total venture dollars going into enterprise tech in India were, I think, 1.5 billion or something like that. This year, they're forecast to be around 5 billion.
Right.
And I mean, 5 billion going into enterprise tech. And there's a lot of reasons for that. We had always believed that with, back in the 80s, with the tech services boom, I mean, there was a lot of talent, and there's a multitude of things that have happened in India over the years that should lead to something like this. And actually, we've seen it borne out. So we are super excited. And if there's one thing I want to sort of highlight or focus on over the next 5-10 years, I think it would be that global winners, relevant companies that come out of India in the enterprise tech space.
Very interesting. Global winners coming out of India in the enterprise tech space. So keep your takeout. I already see some people take out their checkbooks for that. Ruchira, turning to you, what are some of your favorite themes, and what are you most bullish about?
Very bullish on health tech. And COVID has taught us that this is important. It's taught us how little we know and how ill-prepared we are in managing the healthcare of our people. I think digital health tech will really be the solution, right? We already begin to see virtual care platforms, teleconsultations. It's almost like COVID was a wake-up call and people realized, look, I don't need to go see a doctor. I can actually call a doctor on the phone. It's something you always could have done, but just the presence of a pandemic made it real and made it present, right? So teleconsultations, e-pharmacy, e-diagnostics, so in a way, integrated digital health platforms are coming into being. I think there is a move towards the higher amounts of data analytics and AI in diagnostics. So we are seeing smart imaging, smart diagnostic devices, which are portable and have the intelligent layer built in, which allows for more efficient training of the new crop of doctors. It allows for a lower cost, easier access of those same screenings. So we've seen focus devices, point of care ultrasound devices, AI in reading of radiology images. A lot of those solutions will make diagnostics more effective, efficient, and affordable. Precision medicine, I think, is now becoming within line of sight. IFC just did an investment in MedGenome, which is India's leading genomics business. And we're tracking genomics businesses in Africa and Vietnam. And I think you'll start seeing more of that happening. And there are SaaS platforms, Innovacer based out of US, which is actually an Indian company, but aggregating electronic health records to try to then build analytics on top of that and allow for better population health data management. So I think health tech for me is a theme I'm really passionate about. I think we'll also see a lot more traction in fintech because micropayments, buy now, pay later solutions will become more ubiquitous, and fintech will be embedded in other businesses. So there'll be health tech with a layer of fintech, edutech with a layer of fintech, B2B commerce with fintech. So fintech will also become quite widespread. And the third theme I think we're looking out for good action in is agritech. There's still a lot of food wastage in emerging markets. There is digitization of agri supply chain that can help bring more efficiencies to farmers, increase farmer incomes, and reduce food wastage, which is very important for the carbon footprint of the world. So I think those are some of the themes we are looking out for.
Very, very exciting, because I think both health and agri have been around for a while and have shown great promise. And it looks like finally the multiple S-curves on which are hitting healthcare, along with are also meeting with greater adoption. So clearly a space to look out for and be focused on for VCs. Arjun, I can more or less guess what your favorite themes are, but love to hear what your thoughts are.
I'll keep it very brief, Ashish. As you know, we invest only in the consumer sector. So broadly speaking, I think the mega theme we are going after is the fragmentation of how you segment a consumer. Before, you have to broad brush a consumer because there's no other way to build a business. But now, because of the last 10 years, and thanks to this capital that set the infrastructure in place, the Flipkart and Amazon of the world has put in place such a structure where you are able to then target much more niche, segments of consumer. And so we see a lot of insurgent brands catering to different classes of consumer like we've never seen it before. And so we're going after that. And this could be health and wellness, work from anywhere, all kinds of consumer products and services, which before was never able to target such a, let's say, very focused consumer set, now can do it because of the infrastructure in place.
Could you sort of clarify that with an example that you can share for us? What do you mean by niche and micro segmentation? Or
Sure, I'll give you a very, very simple example, right? So before, you could never target a particular age group, let's say teenagers who are looking for health and wellness in a new format, like let's say gummies to take your vitamins, because this is too small a segment for you to target. And the way to advertise for consumer brands was TV and things like, and the way to distribute was through these mom and pop shops like Kiranas and so on. Today, thanks to Shopify, the infrastructure from logistics, warehousing, etc. possible, you're able to create a brand with much less capital to target this niche who wants this good, but then it was too expensive to reach them before. Now you can reach them thanks to, from a marketing standpoint, Facebook and Google, who made it effective to reach micro audiences, thanks to the infrastructure of warehousing and logistics to make it effective enough for you to deliver your good to those consumers and so on.
Great. No, thanks. I think we've got about a minute, but I'd love for all of you to summarize in terms of what you see we would be doing, supposing we were sitting 10 years from now. What would this ecosystem look like in terms of scale, size, opportunities? So again, Ruchira, you have the privilege.
Well, I hope this will be a much, much bigger market than it is now. I hope to see a lot of Indian startups being listed on global exchanges, listed on domestic exchanges, to have shown investors that full journey. We hope that we will have Indian companies going global, as Rajiv mentioned, but also regional businesses across Asia and other companies from other countries coming into India. So we want to see that cross-pollination of ideas lead to creation of businesses that cut across geographic boundaries. So I think larger businesses, better liquidity for investors and monetization opportunities through the public markets, and just a thriving venture ecosystem all around.
Arjun?
Ashish, first, I hope we'll all be in person 10 years from now and not on Zoom. But apart from that, look, I think there's no doubt it will get bigger in India. We're only in the second cycle really of private markets in India. And so obviously the third and fourth cycle is going to only get bigger and better. And I really do hope that we see a lot more talent, which clearly I view India as an untapped talent base, and all of that talent gets funneled in the right way to create very enduring businesses.
Rajiv?
I know we have limited time. I agree with what both Ruchira and Arjun said. And maybe the one other thing I would highlight is, if you think of Israel as a market, for a long time, or at least in recent years, it has a very active corridor with the US. And, it's almost considered sort of an extension of Silicon Valley sort of type innovation. I think that's going to happen as well with India to some degree, particularly on the enterprise tech side. So it goes back to my earlier comment. I think 10 years from now, it's just going to be a whole different scale, I think. So that's the thing I would add.
So on that very positive note, extremely bullish note, and I think very insightful in terms of the underlying trends and the sectors to look out for. Thank you very much, all of you. Mark your calendars. IvyCap Day is on the second Saturday of every September. So 10 years from now, we meet again and see how it's gone. But have a great weekend and enjoy yourselves, and we'll meet again. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It was a fantastic session. And it is indeed heartening to see that how the Indian startup ecosystem has matured significantly over the years, be it the investors or the entrepreneurs, and how they have managed their businesses with so much fortitude and resilience, particularly during the pandemic, leading to creation of long-term sustainable business models. I guess this has been a win-win for both the stakeholders and the investors, and they were creating the true multiplier effect. Before we begin our next session, just a gentle reminder for everyone, please do visit our networking lounge and portfolio zones. We also have discount vouchers from portfolio companies. And do give us your feedback and tweet us at @IvyCap Ventures. Moving on, while the world is still recovering from the after effects of the pandemic, headlines abound with stories of water waste clearing, carbon emissions plummeting, and fauna and flora rejoicing. The planet is in recovery mode. Meanwhile, corporations across the globe are being challenged to adapt, show resilience, and demonstrate sustainability in their business models and their financing structures. In times like these, the argument for consideration of sustainability in investments becomes imminent. Our next session, therefore, focuses on the integration of sustainable development goals into investment analysis and how responsible investing can eventually create significant value for all stakeholders. The session will be moderated by Ms. Smita Mishra, founder of Endoro and a known specialist in the field. So Smita, over to you.
Okay. All right. Am I audible to everyone? Yes. Okay, great. So hello everyone. Good morning and good evening, depending on where you're coming from, right now joining us from. We are here to discuss the possibilities of building back better in a post-COVID era, if I may say so. I mean, fingers crossed for this pandemic to leave us for good. The topic for our panel today is reimagining the future through responsible investment. Keeping in line with the multiplier effect, let me quickly say this. We all know good investors already have multiplier effects on the business, the industry, and the ecosystem at large. But taking this a step further, I truly believe that the responsible investors can have dual multiplier effect of maximizing the positive impacts on our planet, people, and profit as a whole, while at the other hand, reducing the negative impact on the same. Just to help you imagine that, imagine the multiplier effect of reduced air pollution or reduced number of floods, or maybe reduced number of child labor. And on the other hand, just imagining increased number of educated, healthy individuals taking care of the planet. With that in mind, and also keeping in mind our audience, who are largely investors and founders, let me invite some of the finest brains from the practitioner and investors world to the dais. Our esteemed panelists today for the session are Anne Rosenberg from Wood PLC, Arno Devete from FMO, and Rahul Shah from CDC Group. Welcome panelists. May I please request the panelists to now introduce themselves and your teams, and also quickly highlight your, maybe share your career highlights too. And you can go first.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be part of this amazing panel at a very historical moment. Actually, on Monday, the world leaders will be together at UN. It is the 76th session of the UN General Assembly, so it's very timely to have this this event taking place today. So as mentioned, I'm Anne, and I am co-founder of the SDG Ambition, which is a framework that is being rolled out by UN Global Compact to the private sector. And have a background of 20 years at SAP, and now work for Wood PLC, where I'm working with the digital transformation of the private sector in public-private partnership with government, startups, and accelerators to really transition to really become net zero. So I look forward to be part of the conversation today.
Great. Arno, you want to go next?
Can I go next? Okay. I'm Arno Devete, working for FMO in the last 20 years, and manager of our Singapore office. FMO is a bank supervised by Dutch Central Bank, set up 50 years ago, AAA rating, with the Dutch government as the largest shareholder. And FMO at the same time is a DFI, a development finance institution, and like co-panel member Rahul, of CDC, also part of the EDFI, the European DFI Association, where we strive together to harmonize all kinds of ESG conditions with our investments. And we have been set up like IFC, a World Bank, to support the private sector in emerging markets. We are active as FMO in 85 countries, where we offer long-term debt products, which is around 65% of our portfolio. And we make direct investments, equity. We invest in 200 funds as an LP. And India is the country with our largest exposure. Another important goal for us is to catalyze investments by other private sector entities in emerging markets, for instance, by syndicated loans with FMO in the lead. And we have three focus sectors, the financial sector, renewable energy, and a combination of agriculture, water, and food.
Great, thanks, Arno. Rahul, you may want to go next. I think you're muted.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, sorry for this. Hi, I'm Rahul Shah. I had the corporate debt investments at CDC. Been here for around 5.5 years, and prior to this, I spent my career with Standard Chartered and JP Morgan. all on the credit investing side for over 15 years. About CDC, we are the world's first development financial institution set up over 72 years back. Have been in India investing and been present in India for over 30 years. CDC is owned by the UK government. We're currently around $7.5 billion balance sheet size with over $2 billion invested portfolio in India. And we basically invest in businesses and projects in Asia and Africa to support sustainable private sector growth with development impact at our core. That's pretty much about me and CDC.
Great. So keeping in line then with our discussion here about this topic, let me again ask maybe in the same order or as you may choose to respond. What does responsible business or responsible investments mean to you in general, and maybe with respect to your business too? You can share some highlights on that.
So I can start. So I, as mentioned, represent the private sector and have been working with companies all over the world for the last many years from a technology perspective. And what we have seen, and that was part of the work that I've been doing with UN Global Compact, is that even though we have a lot of incredible technology at hand, we see right now there's a huge technology gap. We have technology capabilities, but there's a huge technology gap, especially if we go and look at the whole area around climate. And as you all know, and I just want to put some empathy of this also, next week at the General Assembly in New York, where I also will be in person, is also the Climate Week in New York. And there will be a huge conversation around what we need to do around the climate crisis leading up to COP26. And this is where there is a call for action, both to the investment community. You probably hear all the great stuff that Bill Gates is talking about, and we're talking about really going in and do some huge investment within the clean tech area. But it is really true that there is a huge technology gap. Part of the work that I did was that I was mapping across the 17 global goals into 10 business ambitions, and those 10 business ambitions are mapped down to business process step, and now further down technology and data models. And this is here that we see there is a huge technology gap where we really need a huge amount of investment, but also, of course, also solutions coming from the startup ecosystem and from software companies. And this is where you can see we need to do some huge realignment of investment. And when we go into COP, that is happening the first week of November in Glasgow, on this third day, it's actually all around investment and realigning capital. So my kindly ask to all the people listening in here today is that we need a really huge focus on mobilizing money into realigning investment into the new economy and away from, fossil fuel and into really the new energy sector. And we can all see right now what is happening if you look at the Joe Biden administration or any of the governments around the world. And I just want to mention that I just got the numbers today in UN on Monday. You will have Joe Biden would be speaking at UN. The Prime Minister of UK will be speaking at UN. So the 193 members of UN, many of them have actually gone to New York, will be in New York on Monday. And one of the big conversations is really about what can we do about the climate crisis. But I will do a call for action to the investor community that we need to take this really seriously, what's going on now. We need to make sure we realign the capital. And that's also why I want to put emphasis on that when we go to COP, the first week of November, the first days, this is where all the head of state is coming to Glasgow and speak about the nature and climate. And then the third day before we go into the 1.5 week, it's all about realigning capital for new economy. And that is exactly what I really think is about responsible investment. If you are investing, it needs to be responsible. Otherwise, you shouldn't invest. Right? You should do it with responsibility in mind. So, and the last thing I want to say is from the private sector. When I joined Wood beginning of the year with this engineering consultant company who really worked with the whole infrastructure and the whole area around the net zero transformation in the oil and gas sector and cities around the world. I was so surprised to see how quickly the market have shifted. 75% of all the RFP that Woods receive, we are 45,000 people around the world. 75% of all those requests require that we deliver projects that is in line with the SDGs and ESGs. So the transition has happened. And of course, you can say the industries that I call it, who has the high ESG needs, is really, really transforming extremely quickly. But the rest of the industries are coming fast afterwards. And we need to see the same thing around investment. So, so that was my point of view.
Thanks, Anne, a lot. And maybe taking this discussion forward, Arno, I want to hear from you. What does responsible investment and responsible businesses mean to you, particularly since you are from the investor background? How are you making use of this, or maybe how do you see yourself as a responsible team, and how do you measure that in your investing firms?
Clear, Smita. Yeah, the FMO goal is really moving the needle to save the planet, and our mission is to empower entrepreneurs to build a better world within the means of the planet's resources. And ESG is, as you know, in our DNA. This is what we do. And meeting sustainability development goals, SDGs, is key. And we have set specific targets for this within FMO. Mainly, we look at SDG 8, 10 and SDG 13, and we measure that via a kind of joint impact model, although we also measure the other 14 SDGs. And our stakeholders, like shareholders, NGOs, yeah, they also require this from us. But we also notice that there is much more pressure by regulators to look at, for instance, the impact of climate risk. Now, we only support borrowing entities, investees, and funds if we create added value on this. And all our borrowers and investees also need to do that and have to report and do report on these SDGs, including the funds with specific info on their portfolio companies, their investees. Now, if you look at SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, yeah, that we measure by the number of jobs that our investments generate. And if we look at SDG 10, reduced inequalities, that we measure by the number of least developing countries we are active in, the number of MFIs we support, the number of women we reach out, the number of SMEs we support. And the target is that 35% of our portfolio should comply within SDG 10. And climate 13, climate action, that we measure by avoided ton CO2 and greenhouse gases. But we also mentioned, to be honest, the negative emissions we create, because we have positive and we have negative, of course, impacts. And 35% of our investments should be green.
Okay, great, Arno. I mean, I think, like Anne mentioned in our last discussion, organizations like yours are designed to be bringing out this, supporting with sustainable businesses. So great to hear from you, and great to know that teams are actually serious about it. Coming to you, Rahul, on the same point, how do you see responsible investments, responsible businesses, and how are you actively taking this up as your team?
Yeah. So look, I think just conceptually, the way we think about responsible investing is it's basically investment strategy which integrates your business ethics, governance, and ESG consideration into the entire investment analysis, decision making, and also portfolio management. It's like a journey from start to finish, and with a very continuous and high level of monitoring. And we have numerous examples, and I would like to talk about more about examples which are live situations and investments that we have made across financial services, healthcare, logistics, food and agri companies, where we played a very important role to set up improve the governance practices. We have set up the ESG committees and been chairing them. We have enhanced our AML framework. We promoted gender diversity, and we've also funded various studies to improve resource efficiency, improve job quality, etc. I mean, I can talk about various examples where we've invested in logistics and e-grocery companies which are increasingly adopting electric fleets for transportation. We invest in water recycling companies which are focusing on zero liquid discharge projects. We have directed lending lines to NBFCs and HFCs, which are focused on clean tech and affordable housing and gender, etc. And I think one important point for us at CDC is that these impact considerations are evaluated not at just when we make the investments, but are very rigorously monitored and tracked, and also considered very, I would say, critically when we are making exits, so that we ensure that we are living a very sustainable and responsible business when we exit the business. I think Ann spoke about climate. We recently committed around over $1 billion of climate finance investments in India over the next 5 years. Globally, we have set a target of more than 30% of our annual deployment of $2 billion to be invested in climate finance every year. And this will consist of investments across renewable energy, clean tech, EV ecosystem, circular economy, waste recycling, green buildings, etc. And these are going to be approached through various products like debt, equity, mezzanine, sustainability linked notes, which we are seeing a lot these days, direct lending lines, etc. So I think it's a very comprehensive approach. And the final point I would make is, in terms of our development impact, we have a very detailed framework which basically tracks impact across each and every investment, and which are basically centered around 3 pillars: productivity, which is basically improving productivity across businesses through job creation, efficiency, etc. Inclusiveness, which is creating more, bringing more population under, an inclusive framework, and sustainability, which is towards, building a better and green planet. And our entire CDC's portfolio, as well as, in a way, our remuneration is linked to the impact considerations that we achieve across our portfolio as a whole.
Great, Rahul. I think you made some very valid points, and maybe I'm going to hold on to one of them, which was about exits and investors, like even when you're making exits. And so there is a strong governance mechanism you use, strong monitoring you use on the sustainability aspect. So I'm going to probably ask you back on this. One question is, are we really looking at SMEs and startups to adopt sustainability? My view is yes. But when I speak to a lot of them, sometimes I come across this, the response that comes back is something into the tune of impact first, or results first, returns first. So should they start, because they are limited in terms of their resources, funding, and a lot of, I would say, people, so they're always struggling with resources. And in that given time and in that given scenario, should we still expect these SMEs and startups to have focus on sustainability? If yes, why? And if no, why? And do you see a change in the trend from past?
Yeah, sure. So Smita, look, I think there are various dimensions to this. So one is, our own experience of investing in Asia and Africa shows that, commercial returns can be achieved on a long-term sustainable basis along with impact. And it's not either or, it's actually both. And the world entirely is moving towards this, supporting sustainable organizations and entrepreneurs who can appropriately also achieve commercial returns over a very longer period of time. And we have numerous examples. So I can talk about, companies. Let's talk about when we talk about the tech ecosystem and the startups, let's look at from the customer's perspective. So we're seeing an increasing trend of, customers across large textile, pharma companies, healthcare companies, and even, warehousing players who are, who want their suppliers or vendors or the entrepreneurs to be sustainable, and they sign up to sustainability targets. Like, there are examples of, the global large textile companies across Europe and US who want the vendors, to have projects which are zero water recycling projects or zero liquid discharge projects. And these are targets embedded into the vendor and ecosystem. You have examples where, ICANN, Amazon have made large commitments across, zero emissions and, getting the shipments to be carbon neutral. So we are seeing a very large number of corporates or the customers who are demanding this from the vendors and their entire kind of supply chain. And then you also see there's a huge amount of capital which is actually targeted to invest in sustainable projects or companies. And the various kind of research reports will also show that look, there are over $103 trillion of investments which are, or assets managed in sustainable and responsible investing. And now, if you talk about the large corporates, at least, you look at the Tatas and the Reliance and, Adanis, etc. A lot of them, most of them are, have sustainability linked targets. And they're also looking at, raising a lot of capital through sustainable bonds and notes. I think for entrepreneurs, it's not an either or question. I think it's a must have in terms of, getting towards, and I can see that a number of startups across, say, climate or water or circular economy or health tech will be adopting, or focusing on sustainable kind of building sustainable companies, which research shows that, can sustain commercial returns over a longer period of time as well.
Thanks a lot, Rahul. I think that's a lot of good input. And holding on to the same thing, Arno, I'm going to come to you with the same question, that while I see large enterprises do this, do you see startups and SMEs adopting sustainability? Do you come across such investment proposals where you have to look at a startup or an SME or teams, smaller teams where they are seriously looking at sustainability?
Yeah, let's put it in a different way, Smita, because we only do investments where the companies will comply to that. We only speak with these companies who are willing. So companies who have not the intention to be, how do you call it, SDG minded or ESG friendly, yeah, very fast we say, sorry, we will not work with you. So we only work with people who have institutions who have good intention. And if we explore a new transaction with debt or equity, we always compose a deal team with commercial investment officers, because the financial returns also remain important, plus so-called people from our impact with ESG specialism. And to help our clients, SMEs, fintechs, whatever, we often support our clients with partly free technical assistance to support their ESG initiatives. And often these clients need to comply with a kind of 100 days action plan, where the focus is mainly on ESG. And FMO has developed a tool also for free that is for all the PE and VC funds where we are an LP, and where these funds easily can classify their own ESG risk in their portfolio. And they can also measure their own contribution to the various sustainable development goals. So we really try to help these companies. And within EDFI, together with Rahul, we have agreed on a kind of standard text for funds where, how do you call it, all the environmental social risks are covered. So the moment an DFI like FMO or CDC is an investor in a fund, all the funds have to comply with our ESG criteria. And that means reporting on ESG and that kind of things.
Yeah.
And in general, participants have questions on this, or they feel FMO can help, they can reach out to you or to me, and I will connect them within FMO for further help. A nice example of CDC and FMO together is we are very active in Nepal, CDC and FMO together, where we have set up a company, Nepal Invest, where we really try to stimulate all the banks in Nepal to set up ESG systems, so that they are, how do you call it, more aware of their risks if they invest in a hydro plant or in a textile plant or whatever. And also that Nepal Invest will try to improve the access to finance for SMEs in the country. So yeah, that's the way we try to help the SMEs and the tech companies, Smita.
Great inputs, Arno. Quickly coming to you, and we actually are running short on time now. I see there is only 2.5 minutes left, but we are going to quickly cover this question, and there is one question from the audience. We'll see if we get to that. So, and on the same note, I just wanted to understand that I clearly see the investors being invested. Like, at least I see the CDCs and FMOs being driven with sustainability. But as a business person, you are a practitioner, you are a person working in an organization. Very quickly, I want to hear from you. Do you see a change in the landscape of the regulatory needs and maybe some other trends and events that are happening, which drive you otherwise too, as a business, to be sustainable? Maybe customer adoption or any social license to operate, any such trends that you see?
There's no doubt about it. We are in a very special moment, and I think coming out of COVID, I think the whole world have kind of learned what does it mean to come together and really solve some really big challenges, like when the vaccine was created, and we see the same thing around the climate crisis now. Lately, we have seen a lot of regulations. For example, last week, there was a lot of regulations coming out around SAF aviation fuel, SAF, where government come in with regulations. What COP would like to see that is by 2030, SAF needs to be 10%, but you see US, Joe Biden came out last week with, I think he came out with 20 or 30%, the same thing for Norway and other countries. So you can say, on one side, you see the commitment from the government coming out with regulations, but you also see from the government, you see a lot of investment, especially in infrastructure. Then on the other side, what is the call for action to the investor community? We see a lot of investments coming in to support the whole, building of solutions within the purpose space. But you also see a lot of family offices coming and doing the same thing. And this is helping us because we're not just talking about creating small changes. We're talking about shifting, for example, in the energy sector, we're looking at redefining a whole new energy approach going forward. We're speaking about redefining cities. And that's one thing I want to mention, is that when we speak about sustainable investment, we cannot forget resiliency. So it is sustainability together with resiliency. And you'll see when you follow, or if you go to COP, that it is the race to net zero and the race to resilience at the same time. So I would say the momentum that we see coming in public-private partnership is unbelievable strong. And that's where, for the investment community, my recommendation is when you go in and you look into investment opportunities, you can say there's also a whole reverse education in it, because it can also be, just like you heard Arno and Rahul speak about, that it can be a requirement for you when you go and invest, that the startup needs to fulfill certain criteria for you to invest into them. Just as the same thing when a startup go in and say, I'm looking for investment, that they have requirement to you. The same thing you see now from countries, you see from the private sector. And the last thing I want to mention, because it is a very special moment right now, and you should really follow Monday going forward, New York, there will be more than 300 events going on in New York. Many of them will be virtual because of COVID, many will also be in person. And there's something called the World To-Do List that will be launched. So we have the 17 global goals. The 17 global goals have a set of KPIs behind them. But now UN, together Project Everyone, have created the World To-Do List. The World To-Do List is really about what are you going to do if you go in and look at any of the global goals. So what are you going to do about it? So follow that campaign. It's a campaign that's going to run to 2030. And then I will also like to recommend that you really accelerate up to COP and follow this whole thing. I kind of call it follow the money, but the whole thing about realigning the economy. I was thinking about what Rahul was speaking about, this whole movement of sustainability. And when Arno speak about, well, we only invest into things that has to do with purpose. I think it's a mindset, you as an investor, that is like, it is not an add-on. It's not like I can invest in something that is not purpose. I can invest in something which supports sustainability. It needs to become the new normality, because otherwise we can't do the big shifts. So therefore, my call for action to the investment community is that you are equally accountable, like the private sector, to make sure that when you invest, that is a requirement for you, just like Arno said about, we don't invest in anything else. So everybody needs to follow what Arno and Rahul is speaking about. It's the same thing for the private sector. They need to follow the same journey, and for any startups and any government. So it's a very exciting time that we have in front of us right now.
Thank you so much for your input. And I was absolutely looking forward to this, these points that you just made. I was looking forward to them. So glad you shared these. We have questions, and unfortunately, it's from Union Bank, it's from Paritosh of UBI and from Ravi of Weisenwelt. And I'm going to get back to you, I promise, with all these three panelists. I'm going to get their responses and share it with you, because it's a longer discussion and we cannot afford to have that right now since we're running out on time. So I'm sorry for the audience questions, but I'm going to definitely come back to you with the responses. So thank you, panelists. I'm really looking forward to more in-depth discussions with each one of you in near future. And thank you, audience. I'm honored to have your time and attention. And before I leave the dais, I want to leave you with this one thought. The multiplier effect that we've been talking about, whether it is of technology, of people, or of sustainability, can work on either direction. It can have a hugely positive impact, or it can also cause a humongously negative impact. And if we are not actively thinking on what impact our work is creating, are we ready to face the floods, forest fires, hunger, violence, sickness, and poverty, all kinds of multiple issues, multiple times more than what we're facing today? And then the bigger question for the audience, who are the business founders and investors, is how are you going to conduct business in such a sick society, a dying society? I don't mean to scare you, but I do want you to think it over. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone, for such an enlightening session. And entrepreneurs in the audience, I hope you've made a note for yourself that SDG isn't a either or option, but a mandatory practice that you must consider. Just a gentle reminder for everyone, please do explore our networking lounge and portfolio zones. Also, we would love to hear your feedback. So do click on the feedback button at the bottom of your screen and share your thoughts with us. The theme for our next session is creating hypergrowth companies in India. With the frenzy around Zomato listing and a host of other startups ready to get listed on the Indian stock exchanges, it is an era that would go down in history as unparalleled and unprecedented. Each one of us has seen how these startups, once an unknown animal, ended up generating unimaginable value for all stakeholders, and how these young entrepreneurs created companies that made India proud and visible on the global map. So let's see what goes into building such hypergrowth companies. The session would be moderated by Mr. Ashish Wadhwani. So Ashish, over to you.
Thank you, Madhuri. A pleasure to be back. And I'm really excited with this session. We have the poster boys of the startup ecosystem. Founders who have created unicorns and sunicorns, great companies out there, sharing with us their mantra on how they did that. So welcome Hari, Manish, Pranjal, and Sanjeev. Welcome to the session. When we talk of hyper growth, I mean, we are not talking about 25% per year, 30, 40% a year. We are not talking about a little bit higher than that. We are talking of potentially doubling every few quarters, right? And that's in a way almost, and at scale. It's not small, at scale. So it's really like, if I were to do an analogy, a little bit like the Formula One race. But I suppose the pit lane is a little bit more chaotic than what we see. So I'd love to hear from you. First of all, perhaps to start with, what are the companies that you have built? Maybe a minute each on that, and then we'll get down to the meat of it. Hari, why don't you go first?
Sure. Thank you, Ashish. Pleasure to join everyone. Thank you for your time. So I'm Hari. I'm the CEO and Managing Director of Property Guru. I'm based in Singapore. We run Southeast Asia's largest property technology business. We have consumer property marketplaces similar to ones in India, but we run it in 5 different markets. We're a market leader in Singapore, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Thailand. We also run a business in Indonesia. But in addition to this, we sell software to real estate developers, software to banks and valuers. We have a mortgage brokerage business in Singapore. A lot of our product, the opportunity for us in scaling up this business is not just in providing marketplaces to drive transparency, but also workflow automation software, become the single source of truth when it comes to real estate data, and truly creating more transparency and efficiency in the property sector. We were founded about 14 years ago in Singapore, one of the Singapore's first wave of startups, much later than the digital age came to Singapore, actually many years after India. But 2007 is when Property Guru was founded, and it's about 14 years old now. And we're pleased to say that we're still not just alive, but continuing to thrive and grow well. And a pleasure to join all of you and learn from all of you.
Thanks, Hari. Manish, you've been here several times, so welcome back. And can you share your story?
Ashish. Hi everyone. I'm Manish. I co-founded Purple. It's India's leading marketplace for beauty and personal care products. We started about 9.5 years ago. We started when most people didn't believe in vertical e-commerce. Today that seems to be like the buzzword. Along the way in our journey, we also gave birth to a few D2C brands based on data that we were capturing from our consumers. Luckily for us, some of those brands have, hit north of 100 crores mark and are transcending Purple. Yeah, look, very excited to be here and look forward to the discussion.
Thanks, Manish. Pranjal?
Thanks, Ashish. Pleasure again to be here with the co-panelists. I'm the CFO and head of M&A or Corp Dev for Eruditus. We are a global edtech platform, probably, will be one of the largest in hopefully in the coming years as we are hyper growing. So this topic is very exciting and, look forward to some interesting conversations. The founder started the company about 11 years ago, primarily as an offline business to start off with, again, resonating some of the thoughts that Hari and Manish gave around vintage. So, as a company, we are very old. And 2016 is when, the pivot happened from offline to online. And as you said, rest is history. So today we are a platform which connects high quality universities to eager learners across the globe and work with brands like Harvard, Wharton, MIT, etc., powering their digital programs for working professionals and K-12 learners globally. We are spread across the globe. We have learners and teams sitting in the US, LATAM, India, APAC, China, Middle East, Europe. So outside of Africa, I think all the other geographies, we have sizable presence and look forward to sharing some of the thoughts and, areas around how we build that outstanding business.
Excellent. Sanjeev, coming to you, can you just share how you got Meesho to where it is?
Yeah, thanks, Ashish. Hey, everyone. Super excited to be here. So basically, we are building e-commerce for the next 500 million users, I'd say, in India. So Meesho, me and Vidit started this in 2015 with a mission of enabling or basically democratizing commerce for anyone, internet commerce for anyone in India. And we have presence in about 4,000 cities and smaller towns in India. We have leveraged entrepreneur network to unlock e-commerce for people who don't trust online even now. So this is what we are.
Great. So with that, let's just jump into the meat of it. What are some of the pillars on which you really think, on which you have built your hyper-growth journey? Again, starting with you, Hari.
Yeah, I think for me, the starting point is always talent. We are in a talent economy. My entire career has been in tech. And there were 20 plus years, I can tell you the only thing that's common across all the companies that have been successful are the people. The technology changes, the services change, the industry changes. But we solve to make sure the best and brightest come and work for us. And we try and solve for the way we attract them is by promising purpose, not happiness. I think this is a lesson we learned the hard way earlier in some other companies. They promise happiness, and that's just going to make a lot of unhappy people. But I think instead, if you solve for professional purpose, have a clear sense of vision and say, this is how we're going to contribute to the world, this is how we're going to contribute to your career. That is the starting point of any successful business in my experience.
Great. Any other pillars?
Yeah, maybe, I can sort of chip in to say, again, if you look at the factor of productions, right, going back to our education days, talent, of course, is a key one, like Hari mentioned. But I think one thing which I would which I have seen the last few years, which has changed is ambition, right? And I think that's very, very important. I've been an investor before in my previous role, and I think the key difference between what I call as a compounding founder and a simple founder is actually ambition and ability to spot weak signals, right? Because there are two ways in which you can hypergrow a company. One is you sort of have one product and you are able to then hyperscale it through either network effects or kicking a flywheel. And then the other way to build a hypergrowth company is, to keep on identifying which are the weak signals in the market and starting to, expand the core offering by, entering into adjacent areas and keep on hyperscaling. And I'm sure a lot of the founders on this panel would realize that the first few years of their journey, when they were trying to establish product market fit, they were also trying to look at adjacent areas and figure out, where they should be. And I think the key in my mind is if the leadership has that ambition, and then to Hari's point, if you're able to then get the right talent to execute on that ambition, then I think you are able to scale. And I think that's probably different from what I see in the old age, production factory concept.
Excellent, Pranjal. Sanjeev?
Yeah, I'd say definitely talent and ambition are kind of most important ingredients, but I think having the right culture is almost as important, which kind of is, I would say, a very difficult beast to crack, because when you are in a hyper scaling phase, probably you end up making a lot of hiring and they're trying to retain the culture, or at least trying to define it outrightly, what works, what has been successful for your company right from the beginning, has definitely been one of the important factors which have contributed to success of Meesho, I would say.
Sure. And Manish?
I have a slightly different answer to this. I think founders' growth is one of the sort of, probably more ignored parts of it. When you start a company, you don't dream too big, at least not in our case. And I'm just sharing my point of view. And so over a period of time, how do you graduate into a leader? How do you graduate into a CEO? How do you let go of things? How do you let more people come in? I think just the founder's growth element of this is something that I would really focus on. I think, founders of hyper growth or blitz scaling companies also need to scale alongside as their companies are scaling. And I think that's one piece that, I would really look out for, and continuously work on, at least for myself.
I think that's a wonderful point. I think, Pranjal, you spoke about leadership, and Manish, you spoke about continually growing. Let's come back to that. But let's take the biggest one out there, which is really people and talent. So what do you look for in people and talent, and how do you identify, hire so many people at scale? Whoever wants to go first.
Yeah, I can come in. Ashish, all of us would have created some of our own ways of, or like unique ways of, figuring out the right talent. I think for me, there are 2 or 3 key aspects to it. One is we request everyone to write the KRA of the person they are recruiting for the next 2 years, right? So that you know what this person will exactly do, and it doesn't become like a slightly frivolous exercise when you go ahead and recruit. If possible, write the KPIs and share with the individual beforehand so that the person knows what he or she is getting into. I think the second very important part of it is what we've set up at Purple, and I would say not fully done yet, is a concept I learned at Amazon, which is the bar raiser concept. There is a team of people who interviews candidates irrespective of what team they are joining. This kind of also makes way for culture check, desperation check. If the recruiter is pretty desperate to recruit, like somebody can put a more, more balanced view to it. And I think last for me is reference checks. I try and do, at least for people that we recruit at L-1 and L-2 levels, I think just ref checks with people who have their skin in the game, who have their neck on the line, is something that we really, encourage. It's not possible all the time, but at least, one should try and make a very, very honest effort at getting as many ref checks done as possible.
Hari, coming to you, what are your secret mantras for recruitment and talent?
I think, I'll take one of the things Manish said, I fully agree with. I think the concept of finding people who will help the company scale. So what you look for, I think earlier on, in a previous company, someone told me the difference between an entrepreneur and an entrepreneurial executive. They said an entrepreneur is a problem solver. He or she, when they see a problem, they'll go and solve it. That makes them unique in the world. There are very few people who have that approach, but fair enough, they can do that. But what makes an entrepreneurial executive, or in my case, an entrepreneurial CEO, more effective is they know how to solve the problem, but they know how to hire people who can solve the problem. And they know how to hire people who can hire people to solve the problem. So I think, that's easier said than done, obviously. But I think there is an attitude of, is your approach to everything to go and solve it? Or are you willing to step back for a second, try and understand what is the problem you're trying to solve? And is you solving it versus you taking a little bit of time and getting someone the better approach? And I think that's one thing which a lot of hypergrowth companies struggle with is, there's the biggest cost they have is opportunity cost. Do I dare take my eye off the ball and sort of execution to stop and recruit? And I think the lesson is obviously for many of us who've been in companies for a long time, that's sort of a false trade-off you're facing over there, because the reality is you either fix it right now or the problem will fix you tomorrow. And I think that's the reality is you've got to pause at times and find people. And the only a final tip I'll give is, and this is hard to do, find people who are complements to your strength. Any good entrepreneur has a lot of self-confidence and I'd say positive ego, if you like, but you've also got to be aware of your weaknesses and find people who can complement you, so you can play in your strengths and they can play on theirs.
Sure. Pranjal, coming to you, what are your takes on hiring talent?
Yeah, no, I think similar sentiments. I think maybe a couple of points that I would emphasize more is what Hari was saying. We're looking for team builders versus individual contributors. I think that is extremely important. And sometimes, you get a really high quality talent, but or that he's or she's an individual contributor, not a team builder, right? So to Manish's point, we actually ask the candidates at a senior level, which are the kind of people you'll hire? Show us the profiles, right? So we go down to that level to say, okay, can you show us the profiles of your direct reportees? Sample profiles. Can you mark out the people that you will bring on board if you were to get hired, right? So that gives us an idea of, what kind of quality of people, etc., that they have built, etc. So I think that is one which is important. And then to Hari's point, I think as a founding team and as a leadership team, what is important is to prevent groupthink, right? So how do you refresh every time, right? And there is it's actually a very interesting debate in some sense, because typically what you would want to always do is have the same value systems and get a sort of, to what Manish mentioned, get somebody to normalize the value system check, do the culture check, etc. But at Eruditus, we always want to take a few bets and say, okay, this person is not necessarily fitting into our culture, or our values is important, but not our culture. That's absolutely fine. But as long as it's bringing a very different perspective, let's take that leap of faith. And I think that is important, because some of these are extremely, they can go a little bit binary, but we've actually seen that they actually help you go in a very different direction, which again, to my point of hyperscaling, is important, because they get those weak signals from outside, which you sometimes become inert to as you are growing organically.
So you need a Sehwag if you have a Tendulkar and a Dravid and Kumble later on, right?
Correct.
Good point there. Good point. I think Sanjeev, I'd like to you to answer that with a focus on the network that you have built. Right, you have built a massive network, and that involves recruiting people. So how do you go about doing that at that scale and make sure they deliver?
Yeah, I think for us, of course, Meesho was kind of the pioneers of social commerce in India. At that point in time, entrepreneurs, or the ecosystem calls them resellers, were kind of in that budding stage where it started to set up their own online boutiques on WhatsApp, Facebook, etc. I think it was more about timing, but first we built a platform where which was kind of suited for them, for these entrepreneurs. Most of them are housewives from below tier 1 cities. They're able to kind of tap into this entire supply chain that we have built and then go on and sell in their network. I think the way we have done that is, I think it goes back to our values, which is one of the first values that we had since the beginning was user first mindset, which is because we did not have any parallels of this social commerce anywhere in the world. We had to kind of figure out everything ourselves, figure out what the right problems to crack. And there, I think in the beginning, having a team of ex-entrepreneurs helped a lot. So most of our initial team consisted of these ex-entrepreneurs who then went ahead and built this entire platform customized for specifically solving the problems of these entrepreneurs.
Got it. Got it. So I think, you all spoke, I mean, those are all great tips in terms of how to build a team, the importance of the team, how to instill sort of culture fit, complementarity. Let's move a little bit to the purpose part of it. And Hari, you mentioned it, people work for a purpose, not necessarily motivated by the paycheck they get every first, right? I mean, most people don't even know when that paycheck day is, right? So how do you build that purpose, and how do you really instill that in a larger team? And it kind of weaves into culture also. At what time do you start doing all this before the organization is so big that it's difficult to instill these values?
Yeah, that's a great question, Ashish. And I think one thing which I would say, and we definitely live that spirit at Property Guru, a company does not have a single founding moment. If you're going to be significant, you're going to refound the company a few times. Our company, when it was founded, I wasn't part of the journey. I was a consumer, right? I mean, I took over from the founders about 7 years in. And the next 6 years, I built it. And I count that as a second founding moment. And actually, last year, I said, it's a third founding moment. We're starting a third. And basically, all the stuff that I did, I'm basically in many places tearing up and redoing, because what made us successful is not going to do it for us in the future. And I think when it comes to purpose, first and foremost, it starts with the exec team, with myself, being really clear and articulate on, in our case, we call it vision to values. So it's got vision, mission, strategy, culture, and values, and then making it real. What I mean by that is, as a principle, none of this is on any t-shirt. There are no posters which ever talk about the Property Guru vision to values. That's just religion for me. It cannot be there. It has to be in the hearts and minds of the employees. And if it isn't, it's my fault. As a CEO, the buck stops with me. I got to fix it. And what we try and do is the way in which projects are greenlit, the way in which people are promoted or encouraged, the way people are hired, need to be consistent first and foremost with your values, of course, because your values need to be like your bedrock, but also their ability to achieve your strategic goals or progress towards that mission or vision. We talked a little bit about the talent diversity, etc. But I think that purpose needs to be what you're driving towards, not the valuation, not any objective. Some of us will get to points where, we become a publicly listed company or not. That's means to an end. And what we tell the team is the end, or what you're trying to achieve, is pursuit of that vision. And frankly, in our case, we don't ever talk about attainment. Our vision, we say, is unattainable. It's all, we'll permanently be pursuing it. And pursuit is what builds our culture.
Great. Manish, you want to go next on that? How do you build purpose? And you've been, I've observed you have been very clear on what you want to build. So how did you instill that in a team when the rest of the world was trying to do something else?
Ashish, in my case, it starts with ambition and impact. I think if you can make the impact of the thing clearer to people, I think people get driven on their own. Of course, there are certain values that the organization, as an organization, we share, and we try to uphold, those values as we progress in time. There are obviously testing times, along the way where, you get really tested on your values and other stuff. But I guess, for me, it starts with ambition and impact. I think if you have a very large ambition in mind, if you have a very large impact in mind, and if you have a very long-term sort of horizon of how you want to play, then I guess, a lot of those things then get instilled in the firm. One of the ways I've done this is, and I've been doing this now for the last year or so, is every year I ask our senior leadership team, how large do you think we can get? Right? Without obviously influencing anything that, I would say. I also ask, one of the other things that I ask people, and I just randomly call people for 15 minutes, impromptu, and ask them, what do you think is going wrong? And what do you think could sort of improve? So, just the simple question of how large do you think we could get? What is the impact that we could create? I only ask this question for next 5 years, but personally for myself, I have it for next 15 years. So, I think just this massively long-term mindset, I think, is a super value add. I'll give you a perspective. You guys have been investors for many years, but if you look at it, one of our investors is World Invest, Ashish, they're your co-investors. Today I think the AUM would be north of maybe $5-6 billion. It only started with $300 million of capital. Another investor, a family office in India, started with perhaps $1 billion in capital. Today is about $12 billion of AUM. Will probably be $30 billion of AUM. I think just the point that I think one of the panelists mentioned here on who is a compounding founder and can you instill that compounding mindset in your rest of the team is very valuable, just purely from an impact point of view. But yeah, look, I'll pause here. Happy to listen to other people.
Great. Let's move on to certain other dimensions of this hyperscale, hyper growth, and the next one is technology. To what extent is technology a lever that you are actively using in order to really drive hyper growth? And I think generally the answer is yes, but can you just help us peel the layers of that a little bit and give us some examples? Pranjal, can you go forward, because you've pivoted, so you can really take that head on.
Sure, absolutely. So I think, let me put it this way, right? I think for us, in terms of hypergrowth, the key thing is that the business model has to be non-linear, and tech is a key enabler for executing that non-linearity of the business model. I think that is how we see technology, right? So whether it's education, whether it's consumer internet companies, etc., I think sometimes people may confuse that tech is the whole and soul of it, but I think the key is that the business model has to be non-linear. And then if you use technology to execute that, that's important. So I'll give you one example, right? So for example, for us, we're a global company. And when we pivoted in 2016, before that, our education was primarily classroom based. Obviously, it has capacity constraints, etc. But that was not necessarily the only reason why moving to tech made sense. Moving to tech also made sense because if now I have a piece of, in our case, a piece of content or that unit that we are selling is a course, right? That's the unit we are selling in simple terms. So if I can use that course for various kind of products, bundle, unbundle it, right? So take a piece of course from, let's say, Harvard, and then stitch it together into multiple programs, short form, long form, right? Different target groups, etc. I can monetize that one module or one unit across multiple finished products. And that is enabled through technology. The other example I can give you is student acquisition. Again, I mean, of course, all of you are, I mean, CAC is supposed to be the key metric that everybody is looking at, right? But then how do you use technology again to create that non-linearity in the business, right? How do you store the data? How do you mine the data? How do you analyze the data? How do you cross-sell, upsell? That brings in non-linearity. But fundamentally, if you don't have the kind of products that you have in a business model to be able to cross-sell, upsell, right? You can't when technology is no use. So I think my 2 cents would be business model has to be non-linear, and then you can't do it offline. It has to be enabled through tech.
Sure. Sanjeev, you want to add to that in terms of technology as a lever for hyper growth companies?
Yeah, sure. So I think ability to iterate quickly, which is innovate very quickly at scale, is kind of a strong mode. Your ability to innovate faster than your competitors is something which will probably unlock enormous opportunities for you, I think, in the journey of your startup. I think that is why we have kind of invested right from day one in building a great tech stack, a great tech team, invested a lot in creating that culture which is data driven. In fact, we had like behavioral analytics integrated right from day one for app. I think if you put these right, and then when you combine this with the right vision, which is bold enough and inspiring enough for the entire team, probably that is when you are able to kind of unlock opportunities, which puts you in a hypergrowth track, I would say.
All right. And I want to shift a little bit to capital. I know we could deep dive on each of these topics, but I want to shift a little bit to capital now. And help us understand, how do you get investors to write the first $100 million check? Clearly, you're not always there in terms of numbers. Life is work in progress. You're still building to your vision. but you still go and need somebody to write $100 million check. And Hari, I think you have written got a few in your time to do that. So why don't we start with you?
I think it's really important to, I think we talked about the most important topic earlier. All of us shared the role of purpose. I think good investors want to understand what are you trying to build. And if they're going to write $100 million check, it's most likely not going to be the first check. So that means you've already got some momentum, you're building in some direction. So they want to understand to some degree what you've achieved, but I think increasingly, what's that vision for the next 3 to 5 years, etc. And then I think there's also an element, and I talk a lot about this. I say, the vision drives the corporate strategy, and the capital structure, the capital strategy is a means to delivering the corporate strategy. What I mean by that is we spend a lot of time not just talking about the check, but also how much of it is, obviously at this stage, how much is primary, how much is secondary, in some cases, cleaning up the cap table, giving returns to early investors, thanking them for their support, but making sure that whoever is invested in the company has the same investment timeline as the management team or as the board. And I think that is something that's often overlooked. We've definitely had that issue. Last year we did a cleanup, which was very important for the group. And I had to get my larger investors to come in and buy out some of the smaller ones because they, particularly post-COVID, they're like, all right, I need to show some returns. And fair enough from their perspective, but that I wasn't ready to do that. To give them what they needed. So I think that capital, if everyone treats it, if you approach your investors like adults and say, listen, this is what we're building towards, and if you're willing to wait that 2 to 3 years, fantastic. If you're not, I'm going to have to give you another way to get off this train. I think that's that approach and that conversation is, I think at this stage of our life is a perpetual state of being. You're permanently raising capital, churning capital, and I think obviously the more profitable you get, it's less about money to run operations, but then you've got objectives, and then acquisitions or whatever else. And I think there's always something else to keep that acceleration going.
Manish, can you share your experience on how do you charm investors?
Ashish, my view here is, I think capital chases impact. I think very straightforward. I think if you can communicate to investors the impact that your business that you're building could have over the next 5, 10, 15 years. And there is obviously some track record of being able to come this far, with whatever access to capital you had. I think that's one important thing. I think second important thing, I think from entrepreneurs listening or watching this, telecast is, I think differentiation over scale. I think investors value differentiation much more than scale. As long as you're a differentiated asset, in the marketplace that investors are looking at, I think you will have very high chances of attracting capital versus, just being a Me Too business. And last, I would say is, I think just the founders or the management team's integrity comes into play very, very highly when investors are looking at writing checks for you. So most of these investors who will evaluate you, will always look at your background checks, potentially background checks going back to where did you grow up, your schooling days, your college days, and then your professional life, and then being a founder of a firm. So I think if you are playing the long-term game where your relationships speak highly of you, where you've done the harder thing, you've not shortchanged anyone, I think you're in a good spot. So yeah, broadly 3 things. I think impact, differentiation, and I think just the founding team and the executive team's background check plays a huge role if you're attracting a large amount of capital.
Great. So I think let me kind of drill down into a different set of questions now, but related to this. We spoke about having the conviction or the purpose in the leadership and founding team. In real life, of course, you have conviction on one side, but reality on another, right? And at the same time, you have promises to keep, some wins and some disappointments. So it's kind of a mixed bag, right? So at what point did you all really have the conviction that you were onto building a unicorn or something as big? And because a lot of it is really, unless you guys believe it, you're not going to be able to convey it to the rest of the world, whether you are a whether you're meeting investors or recruiting. So I often call CEOs of startups the chief evangelizing officer because they're constantly evangelizing. So I just want to understand, at what point in your journeys did you really get that conviction that no, we are really onto something big, or was that a gradual process? Hari?
It's a good question. I think I can't think of a specific moment. To be honest, I think the challenge we run into is, and I'm sure everyone here has that issue, as soon as you achieve what you, that sense of satisfaction that you've achieved something, your ambition, then it puts it at another level. So you're perpetually you're competing against your own ambition, if you like. Right. But I'd say definitely think the conviction comes when you start seeing, I look at a few metrics. I'm very metrics oriented. So I look at a few things such as, internally, I look at things like employee engagement. When the employees, smart people, decide that the best place to build their careers with you, you're probably doing something right. Because if they're smart people, again, they've got opportunity costs. It's not about the money. It's not about the brand. It's about the work they're doing and the impact they're making. The second thing would be, I track sales cycle a bit like a hawk. I'm not a sales guy right now, but I think when we're launching new products, I want to know how quickly we're able to sell those products. So one thing which I periodically make the teams sort of talk to me about is, how quickly are you able to convince someone to buy it? And then that begins to tell you about product market fit. Is it there, or are you having to sell like crazy? Multiple CXOs involved, etc. Because I think that mentality of how quickly are things, are you beginning to build momentum by having a lot of quick wins, is one way to sort of measure it. But I look at it both internally and externally. But I think for me, Ashish, unfortunately, my ambition means that I'm always looking for that next high.
So it's a layer, or like a staircase model, right?
Absolutely.
Sanjeev, how about you all at Misho? When did you really realize that you're onto something really big? How did you build that conviction?
Yeah, I think for us, it was roughly somewhere around 17 when we knew that we had achieved product market fit, because we had kind of a loyal user base for whom we are solving, this core user base for whom we are solving this problem of enabling social commerce in a very good way. And I think from then onwards, the kind of traction that you see, which is that's the inflection point, right? When you're able to achieve this PMF, after that, for example, we kept growing 100% month on month, probably over the next 1 year. So I think that was a clear inflection point for us. And of course, that came after iterating over business models twice. So it was not an easy journey, but then you know that you have cracked something, and then it's all about just scaling it to next level.
Pranjal, you pivoted, and then obviously you had something in mind. And so at what point did you really realize that? When did the penny drop?
Yeah, no, I think I sort of echo what Hari is saying, right? So again, speaking from the founder's perspective, I think customer validation is sort of, I would say, the time when the penny drops, or I would still call it a weak signal, because you have to spot that signal. So for the company, when they signed a large contract with Columbia, MIT and Dartmouth, the three schools coming together and saying, okay, for the next 5 years, we're going to build programs with you rather, and let's do a 5-year contract, right? That sort of, I think, was the moment when the founders realized that, okay, now this is something that is scalable and can potentially become big. And then, of course, you work towards, for us, it was a slightly different, and then you work towards a product market fit so that this becomes a big opportunity. And then, of course, from there, you just sort of take off, right? And then you start to aggregate more and more businesses or more models or more products as you grow bigger and bigger. I think, so I would say every once in, like a staircase model, like you said, Ashish, I think that is important if you have to keep hyper growing. But if you were to ask us what is the one moment, I think that was one moment when it really said, okay, now this is something which can turn big.
So market validation is also always a lead indicator to the check that investors write. I think that's obvious, but worth spelling out very clearly, because sometimes people miss that, right? Manish, what's your experience? When did you really know that you're onto something really big?
I think we've had a little bit of a mixed journey in my view. I think we really took off after the IvyCap round in 2015. Then we had our shares of lows after that. But I think the real moment happened when, when we started building our own brands on the back of data, right? So I think since then we've never looked back. I think people, I also always think about this question that should you focus on your own strengths or should you do what sort of, like are probably others' weaknesses? I think the way it's worked out well for Purple is that, focus on your own strengths, keep owning them, go as wide as possible with your strengths. But yeah, so look, I think Ashish, for us, I would say it's been a little bit of a ladder journey. I mean, for me as a founder, for sure. I think every year your ambition keeps increasing as you meet more ambitious people around you. Today, at least personally, I as a human being and founder of Purple think about 15 years from now. We were recently capital raising, and I just thought I'll let your audience know. Somebody asked me this question: what's your vision for the next 5 years in terms of where do you want to be? And I said I wanted to beat L'Oreal in India and be the second largest beauty company after Unilever. And then this lady who was perhaps 30 years old asked me this question: okay, when do you beat Unilever in India? Right? And Unilever is about 30 times our size. I didn't have an answer. So I pondered upon that question and I created a 15-year roadmap of how, if we could be on our path, we could perhaps be as large or larger than levers in India. So, I think it's been a ladder. I think you gather more confidence as you scale in life, as you become more and more successful, as you also join hands with like-minded investors who also believe in a very long-term vision for the firm. I also think that, the moment compounding starts to get internalized in your head, you start really playing a very large game instead of a very short-term game. So, I think I wish we had learned compounding much earlier in life, but yeah, look, better late than never.
Yeah, you learn that as a formula, as an Excel sheet, but to get into the head takes a lot longer.
Yeah.
So it's not natural. So I think we are running out of time, but one final question to all of you. It's very personal, and all of you have built great companies, great businesses, very successful financially and in the markets. But personally for you, what is that one thing that gives you the most satisfaction today? And what do you think you've had to sacrifice to get that? Hari.
I think professionally, the biggest satisfaction is the quality of teams I've been able to build, and the legacy is people who have gone on to greater things in some small part due to my contribution at some point. What I've sacrificed what everyone else has, their time. I think you're just perpetually focused on it, but I think I would never have spent my time any other way. I think it's a great feeling to have the way I've spent my 20s and 30s, so no regrets. Now I'm in my 40s and I'm quite happy the way I'm using my time.
Great. Manish?
Sorry, Ashish, what's your question?
My question was, what is that, you've got a lot of financial success, market success, business success, but personally for you, what is that one thing that gives you the most satisfaction? And what have you had to sacrifice for that?
I think no sacrifices. I mean, I think that's how we always wanted it to be, but I think I really enjoy when our employees make money. I mean, those windfall gains that most people have when they encash their ESOPs is an amazing feeling. I'll give you an example. There is a person in our office who probably, is not very well educated. He came from he's a poor farmer's son. He came to Bombay and probably worked for 5,000 rupees a month or maybe 3,000 rupees a month. He learned computer graphics over a period of time, and today is one of senior graphic designers and product designers for us. Like 4 years ago or 3 years ago, I don't remember exactly the timeline, I committed to him that one day you'll sell your ESOPs at Purple and be able to buy a house in Mumbai. I think so that personally is a massive feeling. Today, there are probably 100 or more than that employees who have ESOPs at Purple. Even our janitor, our office maid, everyone has a ownership in the firm. They've been with us for 5 or 6 years. They'll probably put their life for us. So, I think that's something that really pleases me. I think, I hope we can make a meaningful difference in their lives and their lives of their families with the windfall that they will have with our shares.
It's a really good thought. We really run out of time, but Pranjal and Sanjeev, can you answer that very quickly for us?
Maybe I can go quickly. I think for me, small wins are more satisfying than one big one, right? So one new product, one customer email saying great experience, right? Those I think are very cherishing and keeps you going. Of course, the big ones everybody is proud of, but I think those small ones, which seem small but can become big later, I think that those are the ones which which keep us going, and also across the organization. So I think that's even more important, right? Because it means that we're doing something great across the organization.
Sanjeev?
I think for me, as an engineer, the kind of scale that we have, which is probably 100,000 queries per second on a crazy growth trajectory. But as a founder, I think what gives me more satisfaction is enabling millions of entrepreneurs to run their own business, right? Now they're able to contribute back to their household income. They're now known as a businesswoman instead of someone's wife or someone's mother, right? I think that is something which definitely keeps all of us motivated at Meesho, always.
Thank you very much. I think this has been a very, very insightful session, very inspiring. Congratulations to all of you for building such wonderful companies. I know you all personally, so I know that you are all very inspiring people for many people out there. So good to see you all on the winning side. You always want good people to finish first. So best of luck, and thank you for sharing your insights on IvyCap Day.
Thanks, Ashish and panel for an exciting conversation.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much, everyone. It was such a wonderful feeling to listen to these inspiring stories from the story makers themselves. And it did add another new term to my dictionary, the compounding founder and his compounding mindset. To me, that is the foundation for generating the true multiplier effect. And it did remind me of another famous quote. You don't build a business, you build people, and then people build the business. Well, I hope all of you are enjoying our sessions. Coming to our next fireside chat. Now imagine what happens when two marketing legends get in a candid conversation and provide invaluable insights into the world of branding and marketing. Well, what we have today is meeting of two of the most brilliant marketing minds, one from the East and one from the West. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ravi Dhariwal, ex-CEO, Benetton Coleman Group, and Ms. Sharon Turney, ex-CEO and President, Victoria's Secret. Pankaj Vermani, founder and CEO, Clovia, would be the moderator for the session. So Pankaj, over to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mansi, for setting the stage. And hi everyone. I think you're having a phenomenal time at the IvyCap Day. I think I am. Today's session is something which is almost goosebumpy for me, right? I mean, because I think I get to speak to two of my most favorite people, right? I'm having them on a single forum. My name is Pankaj Vermani. I'm the founder and CEO of Clovia. And I'm super proud of the fact that both of these guests are part of the Clovia journey. They are the part of our advisory as we speak. So without further ado, allow me to first introduce them. I think it's going to take a couple of minutes because there's a lot to talk about them. And, and then we'll quickly jump into the questions. I have with me Miss Sharon Turney. Sharon was the president and CEO of Victoria's Secrets for 16 years. With a revenue totally almost $8 billion. She's built VS and Pink into the iconic brands that we all know about. Prior to this, she was also an interim CEO of Gloria Jeans in Russia, which is again a $600 million fashion retailer. She has over 30 years of experience of growing world-class brands. She's held advisory roles in Marks & Spencer, in Cosmo Lady, Happy Socks, Alliance Data, of course, Clovia, and a lot of others. Sharon is also recognized for her philanthropic work, which is again something which is very heartwarming. There's a lot of work she's done to support homeless women and children. She served as the chairman for the Research Institute at Nationwide Children's Hospital. She's a graduate, a Bachelor of Science graduate, with a business education degree from the University of Oklahoma. And she's also an inductee into the State of Oklahoma Hall of Fame, which is the highest honor bestowed upon an Oklahoman. So Sharon, welcome to the session. I have with me Mr. Ravi Dhariwal as well. He's the former CEO of Bennett & Coleman, the Times Group. For the global audience who's tuned in and do not know what Times Group is, they're India's largest media company. They have diversified media platform in radio, television across the board, and of course, they have the largest selling English newspaper in the world, the Times of India. He's been the worldwide president of International News Media Association from 2011 to 13. He in fact was honored, for his voluntary contribution to the world news media in 2014. And a quick anecdote, he's been a PepsiCo employee for 12 years, and he started PepsiCo in India. And we all know, how big and successful that story has been. He's led the beverage business for PepsiCo in India, Africa, Southeast Asia. So there's a 42 years of experience, that he's had in building consumer businesses over the world. He's an engineer from IIT Kanpur and an MBA from IIM Calcutta, and he's been given the Distinguished Alumni Award for both places. So, I'm feeling, pretty overwhelmed with almost 72-year plus of combined experience in building multi-global, multi-billion-dollar global businesses here. So welcome both. It's an absolute honor to be moderating to you. I think in keeping with the event's theme, the multiplier effect, the agenda today will be to seek advice from both of you on two broad topics. One is scaling businesses, and other is the role of mentorship. And without further ado, I'm just going to jump straight into the questions. I think the most logical question here would be, and Sharon, maybe I'll start with you. Having run global businesses and scale them to almost unprecedented heights, what, according to you, would be the key factor for a business in a growing stage, to evolve and scale? I mean, in other words, what should a entrepreneur be focusing on, if he or she is looking to build scale in the business?
When I think about scaling a business, let me just break it down, and let me talk about really 3 points. One really is about brand. One is about really operational excellence. And the third one is really about timing. So the first thing an entrepreneur has to do is think about the brand. So obviously they've already launched a brand. And when you're thinking about a brand, you're thinking about the customer that you want to serve, the products that you want to offer. You're thinking about your pricing strategy. And at the same time that you're doing that, you need to not only think about it from a local market, but does this brand have the opportunity to serve a larger market? Then you need to validate that strategy. And once you've validated the fact that you have the opportunity to actually scale, this then gives you the green light to think about how you might want to do that. The second thing is that when you're, because when you think about scaling, it's nothing but identifying, analyzing, solidifying, and zeroing in on your target audience, or simply finding more customers around the world and knowing how you want to connect with them. So once you've kind of got your brand, now you're validating that, what is your growth strategy? So a lot of people say, you know what, I just want to be small, that's fine. But if you really want to scale, how do you thinking about that? And how are you going to stand out among your competitors? Then when you've done all of this work, you validate it, then how are you going to get it executed? And when you think about the operations and the processes, this is very, very key, because you have to have, retail is chaos. And if you don't have the right processes in place, at least it will be controlled chaos. And it really needs to be automated. And the data information that comes to you needs to be very sound, so that when you have your strategy, then you can actually articulate that to your customers, to your employees, to the people, your shareholders, to the partners that you have within the business. Then you have to ask yourself, what is the right timing to scale? And for me, if you're looking at it and you're growing in your own market, or you're having comp growth or comparable sales growth within your own market or your own channels, then this is the opportunity to say, maybe this is the time to grow. And the other piece of it is, as you're thinking about that, you have to think about what are your channels of distribution that you want to be in. And a lot of people make a lot of mistakes because they say, okay, look, I'll go out to 20 channels and then 18 don't work and 2 do work. That's not a winning formula. So you really have to think about those channels of distribution in terms of where you want to place your product. And I would always say, don't go after 4 or 5. When you're thinking about scaling, it is always going to be test, learn, and have a lot of agility. And those are very important factors because you have to really be able to move, change, and then think about what's next. Also, when you're thinking about scaling, you need to go back to your customer and you really need to ask them 3 questions. Why did you come to me? What do we do well? And then what's our quirks or something that we do weird, so that you can then refine as you're going out to a larger customer base. It's not going to be fast. It's not going to be quick. It's not going to be easy, but with the right tenacity and the right learning, you will be able to be successful.
Phenomenal stuff. Ravi sir, what's your 2 cents on this?
Sharon has said it all. I'm going to try and say similar things in a slightly different way. I think almost the first thing that is required to scale successfully is to really understand what is your secret sauce. What is it that is making you work? What is it that is resonating with your consumers, your customers? Or what are the unique features that you have, which, there may be even infirmities, which make you different, make you unique, make you likable, make people come back again and again to you. So really understanding that what is the appeal, what is it that you are really, really good at. I think that is fundamental, that is extremely important. I'll give you an example. This is an example from my work life. Pepsi struggled with Coke for years and years and years and years, decades actually. It was a poor number 2 till they realized that actually what really will make it work is to challenge Coke, is to be a challenger, is to be that smart, elechy, young, but very likable, young guy or young girl who is able to challenge the establishment. Coke was the establishment. Coke was motherhood and apple pie and ubiquitous and everywhere, and everybody loved Coke. It was family and neighbors and community and everything. And Pepsi became this very likable but smart, alecky young guy, and they coined this phrase, the choice of a new generation, and challenged Coke, and then they won against Coke. So it is really understanding single-mindedly what is your secret sauce. That to me is the first thing. And then communicating that secret sauce to everybody, your customers, your own selves, your employees. So, and creating a culture around that secret sauce, creating a whole organization which believes in it and acts accordingly. I think that is to me a very, very important, very, very important thing. Second important thing is what Sharon mentioned again and again. Understand your consumer and your customer very, very well. Understand what is it that they like about you, what is appealing, what creates the appeal to them, and then understand, how do you take that and craft that into your marketing mix. What is it that you will do about your pricing, about your messaging, about your placement, about your promotion, about everything, about your purpose? What is it that you will do? And then see how you can expand it. Can you expand it geographically? Can you expand it by cohorts? How do you expand the appeal that you have to towards your target audience? The third thing is keep on refining that, keep on evolving, keep on changing, keep on testing, like Sharon said, experimenting, validating, going forward, taking steps at a time. And last thing is put resources behind it. Don't think it's going to happen automatically. Create resources if you don't have one, through people, through capital, through partnerships. Create resources and put resources behind it. Nothing comes easy. And so these I would think are the 4 essential building blocks of scaling up.
Phenomenal. I think this opens a Pandora's box of so many questions. I think as a follow-up, so I think let's double click on the secret sauce, right? So I think as part of for consumer businesses specifically, right? I think once you identify the secret sauce, the focus on brand building becomes very important to achieve scale, right? And I think one thing that all of us entrepreneurs struggle with is how to do it effectively and efficiently, right? So any growth hacks that you feel, any squeezed mantra that you can say that in 5 minutes that could change people's lives, no pressure.
I think that, a brand is the heart and soul of an organization, and also the people that make the brand as well. And when you're thinking about a brand, and we've already kind of talked about that, who's the customer you're going to serve? You've already figured all of that out. Now you have to say, well, what's that projection and what's that hook that you can get from your brand? And then there's a lot of rigor that has to go around that. And so when you think about a brand, it's very hard to explain to people how to grow a brand. So I'm going to give some analogies. So if you think about James Bond, and you think about that James Bond movies have been around for a very long time. Now, different actors have placed James Bond, but James Bond doesn't change. You know what? He drives an Aston Martin. He drinks his martini shaken, not stirred. He is always dressed well. He has hot women. The plot may be a little bit different, but he's the same. And that's what you have to think about when a brand, because people come because they love James Bond, whoever plays him, but they love the character of James Bond. Now think about it. All of a sudden you bring out a new movie and you're saying now James Bond's not English, he's Italian. He doesn't drink martinis, he drinks margaritas. Is that the same movie you're making? Because brands are like making a movie. So that is so now you don't have a James Bond movie anymore. So when you think about your brand and the kind of brand that you want, what movie are you making? How do you become consistent with some of those characteristics? And then how does it come across to the customer that keep them engaged? The other thing about a brand that's very, very important, and we all fall into this trap, is that we get customers and then we end up growing old with our customers. Well, guess what? We're all going to die. The brand will die. So you have to figure out how to keep that brand very relevant for today. So that's when I think about a brand, is that what's your hook, what's your characters? Everybody has to play a part in making a movie, where it's the costume person, the lighting, the grips, and that's what has to happen in a brand as well. So once you get those brand characteristics and what that projection is, and staying consistent and true, there's always a different way there's always the different movies of James Bond. There's a different plot, but it's a James Bond movie.
Got it. Ravi sir, any thoughts there?
Yeah, totally agree with Sharon. Sharon, you should try playing James Bond. That apart. Consistency is critical for a brand. Brand is something which you should be able to humanize. You should be able to, write the personality of the person that the brand represents. And it is not only about functionality, about, let's take an example, Surf washes clothes. It's not about clean clothes. It's about the mother behind the clean clothes. It's about the love she has for the family. So the function has to be embedded in an emotion for a brand to really work, because, a lot of 99% of us is emotional. So we need to embed that logic, that delivery, that function in an emotion which can almost be humanized. People should be able to relate to it like they relate to a human being. So, but it has to be consistent. You cannot make Times of India into India today. You just cannot. It cannot happen, because then you'll end up destroying it. And don't get tempted or seduced by something good that others are doing. Stay with your secret sauce. Stay with it. And I think I'll give you an example by what I mean. Pepsi was a challenger worldwide. But when Coke came to India, Coke wasn't there. We ruled the roost in India. But we knew deep down that when Coke comes here, every single guy is going to go and try it because it's Coke. And because they were here earlier, etc., etc. And every piece of research told us we should close shop and run away. Every piece of research that they are just going to railroad us. So what did we do? We did something very Pepsi, very smart, Aleki. We put an ad in the paper which says, please cut out this paper, full page ad, take it to your nearest grocer, give it to him, ask him to give you a Coke, and we'll pay for it. Try that Coke, and then you'll realize why you should stick with Pepsi. And why we did this is very interesting, because Coke had just launched, their product had just gone into the market, it wasn't even cold. And we realized that if people drink a Coke without it being really, really cold, they're going to hate it. And the expectations of Coke were right up there. But Pepsi used the challenger a bit to create such an interesting story. And it was a runaway success, that promotion. So all that I'm trying to say is that be consistent with your personality. Let people imagine exactly what you are, that you would go and do it. And embed it in an emotion, embed it in something which people can celebrate, enjoy, have fun with. So that to me is really, really important.
That's actually a phenomenal anecdote. In fact, continue with anecdotes. Sharon, any anecdotes you along your Victoria's Secret's journey that you believe could, brand building perspective, that was like super cool to have done?
Well, I think that when you're a market leader, as just talking about, is that, the expectations are very, very high, because when you're a market leader, you always have to create the next new product. And people are looking at you to be inspirational and aspirational. They want to be entertained. They want to feel like they're part of the community. And so how each and every day you think about new ways to be able to connect with that consumer. And, and things will change. I mean, think about this. The iPhone wasn't launched until 2007. Now, no one can live without the iPhone. I mean, think about Zoom. There wasn't a Zoom. So you really have to then play and stay where your customer and these new customers, where are they? And then when you do that, you constantly have to think about, am I resonating them with my brand, with my story, with the entertainment value? And as you know, sometimes you don't just measure things by sales, but also if you get people engaged in your brand, they become very loyal customers. So the engagement model and how you do that is very important.
Got it. So two beautiful learnings, one is building the brand is like making a movie. I think that's phenomenal. And humanizing the whole brand, I think is two very, very beautiful takeaways, from this part. So now changing gears a little, I think, you've been in mentoring role for quite some time, both of you. And, I think if I were to put together the AUM of all the companies you've been mentoring, I'm sure it would be like GDP of a small country, right? So any interesting, so one thought process, how do you think, how important is the role of a mentor in the process of helping scale a business? And where all do you feel they can help? And this is more from my entrepreneur's perspective to understand this. Sharon, you could go first.
Sure. First of all, if you're thinking about a mentor, and basically what that is someone that has been there, done that experience. And as you know, you're only as smart as the ground you grew up on, and you're only as smart as the experiences that you've had. So as a mentor, is that, first of all, if you are mentoring someone, they need to want to have that knowledge. They need to be curious enough to say, this is what we need, what we want. And then it becomes a very collaborative effort, because what I bring is a lot of history, a lot of things that I've done. Things have changed. And so you bring along, and then this, you say, okay, this is what I've seen, this is how I would handle it. And it becomes a dialogue to say, are there new and better ways, even when I did it, for this in the future? So, but the most important thing is whoever you're mentoring really needs to want that. And then you have to really say, who's responsible to put the agenda together? Because a mentor doesn't know what you're struggling with unless you absolutely tell them. The mentor doesn't know where can they play, because we're not there to do it. We're only there to say, hey, let me help you not fall into this trap. So it's really a two-way street. You have to be able to have a collaborative conversation. And then you use this to say, oh, you've been there, done that. Here's the traps I saw. Here's the watch out. Here are some good ways. Then you're going to add to that for your own way of doing things.
Understood. Ravi sir, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think a mentor, I'll give you the example of when I was mentored. When I joined Times of India as their CEO, the owner Samir Jain took me around his garden for a walk and told me that I want to ask you a question. And he asked me, why do you think people read a newspaper? I never thought of that. I scratched my head and said, why do people read a newspaper? I said, well, to be connected with the world, to be up to date, to, have a decent conversation with others. So he said, yeah, all of that. But why do they really read a paper? And he helped me discover the secret sauce. He said they read a newspaper because they want to get up in the morning, have a look at the paper and say, everything is right with the world. I can survive today. And I thought that was an amazing insight. And so a mentor does that. A mentor helps you uncover the secret sauce, clarifies things, simplifies things, cuts out the noise, tells you exactly what is essential, or helps you understand what is exactly essential. So I think that is the first and important thing that the mentor does. It cuts out the noise because you deal with so many different things. Make sure that you are focused on the right things. Of course, it's a collaborative process. No mentor works in isolation. You need to reach out. The mentor needs to reach out. You need to have a chemistry to understand each other. So, but I think that is what a mentor does. It helps you understand what is it that you are on about. Second thing that the mentor does is provide expertise, like Sharon mentioned, that provides a sounding board with his experience or her experience, her wisdom, tells you what to avoid, what to do, helps you helps you help you take step in the right direction. I think that's what a mentor does. And lastly, I think a mentor also provides resources for you. He provides the network, he provides people, he helps you provide capital, he helps you provide credibility, he helps you in ways by which he can help, by which, he provides resources to you, network to you, So I think those are the three ways, but it is like Sharon mentioned, it's a dialogue, it's a two-way process. Cannot be one way. Both need to have a collaborative approach, and both needs to seek out each other, and then it's wonderful. It's magic.
Phenomenal. It reminds me of that scene from Matrix. When Neo asked Morpheus, what are you doing, and he said, "I'm opening your mind." So phenomenal stuff there. Phenomenal. I think I have very short time left, and I still have a couple of questions. So this one I'll keep very quick. In short, what do you think would be the best way for a founder to figure out if the potential mentor is the one for them, right? Since we're talking Matrix, so how to find out if he is the one, right? So any thoughts there? What could be like the key bullets there? Sharon, could you go first?
Yeah, I think that if you think about experience, and then do you have a connectivity with them? If you are speaking with them, can you relate? Can you connect with them? And then again, do they have the expertise and experience from what they've done in their past to make all the connections that you would need? And I think the most important thing is mentors, when you're executing every day, you put your head down and you start to focus. And one of the things a great mentor does too is really pull you up to get a balcony view to help you say, yes, what you're doing today, yes, that's important because you got to get it executed. But really, what are the big priorities? Because as a CEO, you can't do everything. And so what you're really focused on, are those the right priorities you need to be focused on? And sometimes we get so caught up into the day-to-day that we don't get that balcony view of the things that are going to push us forward into the future.
Got it. Ravi, sir?
Yeah, I think it's, what you look for in a mentor, let me go there first. I think you should look for somebody who has the experience, but much more importantly, who has the ability to listen to you, empathize with you, put himself in your shoes, and really add value to you. It really make you think, somebody who can show you things which you would not see otherwise. I think the way to judge a mentor is it somebody who can make me make big changes to big things? We can all make small changes to small things and we will be incremental. We can even make big changes to small things and that will also take us forward. But a person who's able to make you really conceptualize big changes to big things is a very good mentor, I think.
Phenomenal. So I'll because I've already overshot my time. So I'll end this with like a quick fire, rapid fire question. And you could just quickly answer, what you feel is the right thing or wrong. So quick 5 questions. One is, if you were to choose between the two, and when you go to Sharon first, and then Ravi sir, with the same logic. So if you were to choose between the two, what team would you choose? A small team of smarter people or a big team of really hardworking but not as smart?
A small team of smarter people who are very, very embedded into the brand.
Fantastic.
Absolutely. Same.
Perfect. What is more important for a consumer business, brand focus versus product focus? Sharon?
Oh, I hate this question. It's because really both, but you know what? You buy product, but
you get only one. You get only one.
A product.
Phenomenal. Ravi sir?
Brand.
Perfect. Given an option, which is a better aspiration to build in 5 years? High growth but unprofitable business, or a low growth but a profitable one? Sharon?
High top growth but still unprofitable.
Ravi sir?
High growth.
Got it. Which is better to select, involved investors or passive investors? Sharon?
Involved.
Involved.
Which is better to do, for scaling a business? Raise more money than needed and dilute equity, or raise less money than needed and save equity? Sharon?
You got to raise money more than, you got to raise the money that you need.
Ravi sir?
Yeah, I think so. Capital should never be a constraint.
Understood. So I think that's pretty much it from my side. I think, I don't know about others, but I exceptionally love this session. And Sharon, I know it's like, I don't know what, 2:30 in the morning for you. So
wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Is actually 3:02 in the morning now.
Wow. So I think that's one thing that's been for me, at least as a mentee, to learn from you guys is that exceptional dedication to what you do. I mean, it's heartwarming every time we get to have some time together. So thank you so much, guys. Back to you, Mansi. Totally love this session.
Thank you so much. It was
Thank
great.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for such an amazing discussion. We really enjoyed it. And Sharon, I can't thank you enough for being awake this early in Dallas, for being live with us here today. So companies, do look in the mirror to assess yourself and understand what your secret mantra is and what movie you are making so that you can personalize the brand that you're actually selling. Well, our next session is by a person who has transformed the Indian healthcare sector purely based on his passion for his profession. An Indian entrepreneur, a world-renowned cardiac surgeon, recipient of Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan for his contribution to the field of affordable healthcare. Any guesses here? Well, there is an episode also about his life and work on the Netflix TV series. the surgeon's cut. Now I think it's a no-brainer. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Devi Prasad Shetty. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us your time, and we are truly honored to have you here with us. We all cannot wait to listen to you. So over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm extremely grateful to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to spend some time with all of you. First of all, our world, what we have inherited, is going to be dramatically different in the future what it was just 2 years ago. 100 years from now, when historians write about evolution of human society, there will be 2 chapters under which they will describe the evolution of human society. One is BC and second one is AC. BC is before COVID and AC is after COVID. COVID will disrupt everything what we do in our life, in our work, in what we do, how we do, every aspect of our life. As a doctor, I can only talk about the impact of COVID in my profession. Around 17, 18 years ago, when the only understanding about cloud was across the world was something what brings rain. I was sitting in this office seeing patients in remote locations of India and Africa using satellite provided by Indian Space Research Organization, 17, 18 years ago. And I treated more than 53,000 heart patients in remote locations, saved perhaps hundreds of lives. But telemedicine was illegal. A doctor is not supposed to prescribe medicines to a patient who he cannot touch. In spite of the best effort by every doctor, every leading hospital, including the government, and government actively promoting telemedicine for the last 17 years, it was still illegal. But COVID came in less than 2 weeks. Telemedicine got legalized. It was unthinkable. And today doctors see patients and treat them and prescribe medicines just looking at them on their mobile phone. That was unthinkable before COVID. I have no doubt that technology will disrupt our industry completely. It will go beyond recognition. I believe that the smart software will make smarter diagnosis than doctors in the next few years. And not in the distant future, maybe in the next 5 to 7 years' time, it will become legally mandatory for the doctors to get the second opinion from a software before starting the treatment. This is going to happen whether we like it or not. You can see the glimpse of it. Around 4 or 5 years ago, the Chief Justice of Uttarakhand High Court passed a judgment that in the state of Uttarakhand, no doctor should be allowed to prescribe medicines on pen and a paper, using the pen and paper. It is illegal. They have to use the digital prescription. Of course, that couldn't be implemented by the government for many reasons, but that gave us a glimpse of the future, that the society moves far, far ahead of what doctors want or even the technology wants. Why digital disruption is good for the world is because once you remove the pen and paper from the hands of doctors, nurses, and medical technicians and substitute it with a smart software, healthcare will become safer for the patients. Healthcare will become accessible. You don't need to see the doctor. You can see the doctor online instead of going to his clinic and waiting for hours together. In the process, healthcare will become affordable to everyone. So essentially, all the three requirements of healthcare will be expedited once we digitize healthcare. Now, talking about safety in healthcare, in one of the reports from Joint Commission of US, which accredits American hospital and some Indian hospitals, 65% of the sentinel events happening in the hospital, which leads to death most of the time, is because of the communication failure. Now, why the communication failure happens? It's because laboratory generates a report showing a high creatinine, which is indicator of a kidney failure. And the report doesn't reach the ICU for 3 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, because the paper has to move from the lab to the ICU. And even when it comes, nobody would have seen it. In between that, a doctor prescribes a group of medicine called nephrotoxic drugs. That is, drugs which can precipitate kidney failure on a patient with already high creatinine. You are bound to cause kidney failure and the consequences. Instead of the paper and a pen, if there was a smart software which brings the data from the machine, from the lab, directly to the doctor's phone, that precious life could have been saved. And this is what is called as a communication failure, leading to patients' accidents and once in a while death. Now, everyone thinks that hospitals are the safest places for the patients. That is not really the case. Let's look at American hospitals, which are perhaps the safest hospitals on the planet. If 200 patients spend just one night in American hospital, 1 in 200 dies due to medical error. Not medical negligence, medical error. Getting admitted to an American hospital is 10 times riskier than skydiving. Why? It's because the tools we use, the way we follow the protocol, they're all developed for the paper and a pen, not for the digital, smart digital world. If we push healthcare into the smart digital world, most of these medical errors can be prevented. Why US, with all the money they have, couldn't implement it? They have implemented maybe 10, 20 years ago, a digital virtual revolution. But those software called electronic medical records are not smart. They have just replaced the pen and a paper without adding the smartness to it and without really understanding what the doctor wants. And in the process, most American doctors hate the electronic medical record. In fact, electronic medical records are blamed as one of the top 3 or 4 reasons for physician burnout. Instead of helping the doctor, instead of helping them to serve the patient better, they're an obstacle. Now, why doctors don't like the medical records? Doctors don't like the medical records because all these billion-dollar electronic medical records, they require a lot of typing. You have to type, and doctors are not designed by God to type. We don't like typing. If somebody can create an electronic medical record which can be used by tapping instead of typing, and if it is very intuitive, the doctors are generally artists. When they do something, they want to enjoy the process of doing, not only the outcome. This fact should be understood by the software engineers, that we want to enjoy the process of healing. So if you create a EMR and give us one 50-page manual how to use it, or ask us to attend classes for maybe 10, 20 or 70 hours, like some of the billion-dollar EMRs of US insist on, for a doctor to use those EMRs, they should spend 72 hours of training. We will throw the manual and the software and we get back to paper. We do not like to follow the instructions. We want it to be intuitive, like how an Apple product works. The other biggest problem is all these electronic medical records are designed for the desktop. Doctors look at the desktop 5 to 6 times in a day, but they look at the mobile phone 200 times in a day. So if you create your electronic medical record or EMR for the mobile first, then there will be a high degree of acceptance and use. Coming back to the industry, the healthcare industry, within the next few years, in the near future, when you enter a hospital, there will be reception, but there will not be receptionist. Whatever the receptionist is doing currently would have been done previous night before the patient had the appointment. And all the documents are sorted out by a receptionist talking to the patient on phone from home, and the entire history is taken by the nurse and it is entered to the EMR, and a patient gets the WhatsApp message in his phone, in his or her phone, just saying that your appointment is at 10 o'clock in the morning and this is the room number you have to come. When they come there, doctor has all the patient's records in front of them and they start treating the patient. And when you walk into an intensive care unit at night, there won't be many intensivists. Intensivists will be managing the patients from home. Because in the near future, half the hospital beds will be ICU beds. You would have noticed the importance of ICU beds during COVID time. And that is going to be the norm in the future. Whatever, no patient will be admitted to the ward or a room, because whatever you can do to the patient in the ward or a room can be done at home. So if a patient spends a night, generally it is following an operation or a procedure or in the ICU. And entire details of the patient will be available in the doctor's phone. Last 1 year or about more than a year, I haven't visited the ICU, hardly ever visited the ICU, because I get the patient details, everything on my mobile phone. I go to bed at around 11 o'clock, and before I go to bed, I do the ICU rounds. I would have seen all my patients. At any given time, I don't have more than maybe 10-15 patients in the ICU who had the heart operation. I finish the rounds. It takes me about 15 minutes. And I'm up at 4:30 in the morning and I finish the ICU rounds. Now, when I come to the hospital, I would have finished the entire ICU rounds, and I know exactly which patient I'm going to see in the OPD, and everything is available in my phone. So essentially, hospital will look dramatically different. Today, every hospital has so many porters, that is girls or boys hanging around in the hospital, carrying one syringe or some file or a blood test or a blood bag or some stuff they carry from one point of the hospital to the other hospital. All that work will be replaced by robotic porters. These will be very inexpensive toy-like robots, which is programmed to go from point A to point B, and they'll keep on taking the stuff. Because in a situation like COVID, we simply cannot afford to have that many human beings working inside the hospital. And it's a matter of time before hospitals will have only the people who are going to touch the patient is going to be working. All the rest, support staff, most of them, will be working from home. And they will not be working for one hospital. They'll be working for multiple hospitals. And any disease you suffer from, whether it's a headache or a tummy ache or a heart attack or cancer, the first consultation of yours with the medical specialist will happen online. Now, what is the impact? The impact is most of the diseases will be diagnosed at a very early stage. Because when you describe your symptoms to a senior doctor on the other side, on your screen, one or two sentences of what you're complaining about, they have an idea what you're suffering from. So heart disease, cancers, any of the serious problems will be diagnosed at a very early stage. And when you diagnose these problems at an early stage, you can virtually cure them. Cancer of the tongue, or a cancer of the oral cavity, or a head and neck cancer, which is 30% of the cancer in India, can be diagnosed by one look at your face by the doctor, or he will just ask you to put your tongue out or show your cheek.
Yeah, hi, Sean. Just, are you dialing in?
All these problems will be diagnosed at a very early stage and giving a hope of cure. Most of the chronic diseases like diabetes will be treated online. We have more than 10,000 diabetic patients who are treated by our diabetologists online. I'll ask you one question. There are two patients. One patient is treated physically by attending the clinic at regular intervals. Second patient is treated online. Whose blood sugar will be better controlled? You would think that the person who's visiting the doctor regularly, his blood sugar will be controlled better. No. Our study showed that the patient whose diabetes is managed online, his diabetes is better controlled than the patient who insists on the doctor's touch and going to the clinic and regularly seeing them. Because there are a lot of things we can do using a mobile phone by nudging the patient to get the blood sugar reports, getting the test done, advising them to change the dose of medicine, which cannot be done in a physical world. And other biggest problem is we have 70 million diabetics in the country. That is diagnosed diabetes. You have no idea how many are pre-diabetic or who are not diagnosed. And guess how many diabetologists we have in the country to treat those 70 million? There are less than 1,000 diabetologists. So if you really want to manage the diabetes of the whole country's population with diabetes, this is the only choice. I think I can keep talking to you till the cows come home. I think I better, it's nearing 20 minutes. I just want to end my talk saying that Uber doesn't own any cars. Facebook doesn't create any contents. Alibaba doesn't produce any stuff what they sell. And Airbnb doesn't have any hotels or the rooms. And healthcare, the largest hospital in the world, will have no beds. It will be just a simple software. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a brilliant session. It was an honor to hear you speak live at our event today, and I'm sure everyone is simply mesmerized. And yes, Corona has undoubtedly increased the role of technology exponentially in the healthcare sector. What would have sounded as a scene from a sci-fi movie is a reality now. Well, as all good things have to come to an end, it's time to conclude IvyCap Day 2021. And I'm truly honored to invite two of the most respected industry veterans to give their closing remarks. But please don't go away, as we have something really fun and exciting coming up after this session, something I'm sure you wouldn't want to miss after 2 long, intensive days of discussions and sessions. So please don't go away. So may I please invite Mr. Nishit Desai for the closing remarks. Mr. Desai is a renowned international lawyer, author, lecturer, researcher, and a thought leader. He is regarded as a father of the international tax in India and is a true pioneer in the field of international tax law. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I think it was wonderful to hear Dr. IvyCap and were known for a long time, very innovative, and I think that is very inspiring as well. So to be very quick, I think I won't take too much time. We are towards the end of the session, so it's important to note that I have seen IvyCap right from the day when it was in the conceptual stage, and what really attracted me to IvyCap was its ethos and the emotional connect, because we wanted to not only do good but also share whatever we get out of it. And I think with alma maters and IIT alums and everybody, and even though I've not been an IIT grad, lots of friends have made me feel that I'm part of IIT, and even Pan IIT I've attended a number of times. It's been wonderful. And if I may put it in this way, that Ivy actually is the name of the plant. All of you know, it symbolizes fidelity. It doesn't let go something that it is attached to, and it is green forever, right? I think, and the way in which IvyCap is growing, it's so exciting. I believe the next, I do not have too much of time to speak, but I think the next phase of IvyCap's life would be to make everybody's life better. And in the process, look to the future. What are the new technologies that are coming up? How do you work around that? What are the new business models coming up? One of the models that even as a lawyer, I know is, it's called regulatory entrepreneurship. Today, number of businesses which have really, ushered in the top league, they have created huge value on the regulatory framework. And if you look at IvyCap mentioned about Airbnb, Uber, and all those, look at what are those models. They are called, actually, there's a paper written on regulatory entrepreneurship, and it says that new age entrepreneurs are creating a lot of value, playing on the gray areas of law for the benefit of the people. Okay, and in the process, Uber, for example, they looked at taxi rules. There were ambiguities, and when they were prepared to pay fines and stuff like that, they played on that, but created a new market for the taxi users. Similarly, Airbnb, reference was just made by Dr. IvyCap. It doesn't have any house, nothing else of the sort, but they played on the rental ambiguities, the laws ambiguities. Similarly, DraftKings, a lot of those kind of businesses have really had, Amazon, for example, the marketplace model that came up. Okay, so there are many things that can be done. So as a lawyer, one of the things I would want to suggest that you can create a lot of value understanding the future of law along with the technology and bring new businesses to the whole thing. Second part, I would think that today no business can remain only a business. It has to really imbibe in it the ESG factor, which again, I know IvyCap is already actively looking at. I think ESG is a new value creator. And of course, today we don't have time, but we'll be happy to speak some point in time. Similarly, you know, climate change, we've been talking about, the awareness has suddenly grown so high that we have been seeing number of climate change funds that are coming up, you know, we're setting up. So to look at the society at large will be another angle from which, you know, the new value creators will emerge. And I think as far as the combination of new technology, new social and environmental and governance issues that are coming up, I think they are becoming increasingly. Today, more companies don't die of profit or loss, but more of ethical issues. And I think it is very important to bear in mind that when we have the portfolio companies or the our own behavior, I think that is going to really, you know, survive on the fact that it's just not about profit, it's about a lot many other things. And I think these are some of the immediate thoughts that I have. And IvyCap has been very dynamic. Every time I call up Vikram, and he sometimes must be thinking that I'm bothering him, but I always give him some ideas and say, okay, let's do this, let's do that. And he's always willing to listen. And I think whole IvyCap family has been very exciting journey. The kind of thing that you've done so far, I think has already put you into what is called fund unicorn space, I understand. And I wish they continue. I think I have finished my time, but let me ask Ashank. I think Ashank, you've done great job, I think, and would love to hear your thoughts, and maybe we can spend a couple of minutes here and there to interact. But we need separate session some point in time to have more elaborate discussion. But I think I'm so excited, and last session with Dr. Devi Shetty was very inspiring. In healthcare, there is huge role to be played. And and I've seen at Cisco's Experience Center, how do you combine IoT with healthcare, and how do you imbibe new business models and stuff like that? It would be very, very interesting to actually work on that. That's become top priority for all of us post-pandemic. And I'm sure together we'll create a better world for tomorrow together. Thank you very much. Ashank, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a pleasure listening to you as always. May I now request Mr. Ashank Desai for the closing remarks. Mr. Desai is a founder and former chairman of Mastek Limited, as well as one of the founder member and past chairman of NASCOM. He is widely recognized as an industry veteran and has been conferred with the Distinguished Alumnus Award by IIT Bombay and IIM Ahmedabad. Sir, over to you.
Ashank, you're on mute.
Sir, you are on mute.
Oh, sorry. Thanks, Mansi, for your generous introduction, and thanks, Nishit, for that very enlightening speech. You have been a witness to the dream that I have lived. I'll talk about that dream, but you have been participant and a catalyst in that dream that we lived. So you have been a part of that dream very much, which I'm going to describe, which is a multiplier effect, by the way, which is rightly the theme. But to start with, I of course congratulate IvyCap, and I still remember the day Vikram came to meet me in, I think, 2007 or 6, I don't remember. I had just finished my big event of Pan IIT in Mumbai, and I think he was getting into this IvyCap, and I could see in his eyes ambition, beyond anything else, professionalism and persistence, which have been the success story for them. Riding, of course, on this multiplier effect that all of us are going through. So I think it is like yesterday since I've been associated with IvyCap. So let me talk of multiplier effect that I have lived. Some of you, of course, we all know, but let me throw in some numbers. IT industry that I lived has grown, can you believe, 4,000 times. We started NASCOM in 1988 with $50 million. We are $200 billion as we speak. So I have been lucky to live that dream and be participant what it means to have multiplier effect. And I'm happy that this multiplier effect is continuing still in the coming era for IT industry, obviously. Thanks to COVID, unfortunately COVID, but it has accelerated some of the things that we are talking. But I think quickly, I won't take more time. I think there are 4 pillars for this multiplier impact. One is multiplier impact happens because of economic growth. Let us be very clear. Unless Indian economy grows fast, unless global economy grows fast, we will not have multiplier effect as much as we like to have. So that is a foundation. In turn, technology multiplier is of course driving all of us. The Moore's law of IT is not going down, doubling every 18 months in terms of power and cost. I still remember I asked Intel CEO 15 years ago, when will this stop? He says, maybe 10 years. But then he said, we also said this 10 years ago. So the point I'm making is it is unrelenting path of technology. Add to it communication cost, which is faster than Moore's law. So internet speeds are going down, costs are going down. We all know that. But that is a multiplier. Please remember that if we stop this multiplier technology trend, the multiplier effect will be reduced by that much. So we should be conscious of the evolution that is required in industries outside where we are for that multiplier effect. Economic and technology multiplier builds into a social multiplier of expectations. Today, people want delivery at home. People are looking at booking everything sitting at home. Most of our companies are riding on that, whether it's biryani or whether it is Clovia or fashion goods which are booked offline or e-Shakti and so on and so forth. There are many names. The point I'm making is it is a revolution in terms of multiplier effect of society's desires, which is a multiplier effect, and that is in turn catalyzed by the finance community and community of niche like lawyers and so on. They are making this multiplier effect go very well, and obviously we heard many of them today how they are multiplying themselves to build and to support this entrepreneurial industry. And our IvyCap is a good example of that multiplier effect in any case. So I think this is a virtuous cycle of multiplier effect. Start with economic growth, build on technology, build on social multiplier, and finance supports that. I think we need to be observant of all this to see that it goes on. Obviously, there are going to be ups and downs to a multiplier effect. We have seen it, but I think we have to build on multiplier effect, and what will not change is this whole issue of building entrepreneurial community with new opportunities. I live technology every day, so AI, ML, IoT is every day. I get lost every 1 month today, although I am living in that industry. So you can imagine the kind of opportunities going to come. You can't imagine. Dr. Shetty well described, Devi Shetty, what they are doing in healthcare. We heard many others. So the point I'm making is opportunities are going to change. The dimensions of working are going to change. But what will not change though is entrepreneurial foundations, which are built around 3 things according to me: vision, values, and vitality. I call these 3 V's for victory. We don't have time, but I think I'm very happy that IvyCap is where it is. Part of this multiplier effect, they are there. And I think all of us feel very great being associated with this multiplier effect. And I hope this multiplier effect continues for very long for IvyCap, and obviously riding on the industry that all of us are in, an economy that we are all in. So thank you very much. It was a nice event. I enjoyed every moment of attendance. And I think wish all of you a great year ahead. I think multiplier effect is on. Please ride on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It is always a delight listening to you.